Hello everybody, I am just about ready to get started. Welcome Retract. So we'll see who we have today. Otherwise, we'll probably do some warm-ups with Massive Attack 4C, aka Value City. Hope you're doing well today, Retract. Booting into the game while listening to Yakuza. Thinking about it. Started. So, I think from the standpoint of quests, no one surprise, Massive Attack 4C is really good for cookies. The fact that I've gone cookie positive between streams is disgusting. Welcome to Antares, happy Halloween, hope you're doing well. I believe I'm at a total of 81 cookies. I think at one point I was at 72 or 74 on stream, then I went up to 80, then I went down to 77, then I'm back up to 81. But we are holding strong. Wix is here. It's running circles around though. That's ChipsWithTheClips. Trying to learn names to characters. Getting better. Welcome, Chips. Hope you're doing well. Got a full party. We'll do some Halloween. Otherwise, I'll a Massive Attack, or if chat wants to do another anomalous ordeal, honestly, I did have fun with that. I wouldn't play this character for it, but I could be better. That's probably the best way to answer that. If you want to do some runs, we'll talk as we do some runs. But man, oh man, chat, it has been an awful day outside. That resulted in a lot of stream delays. So sorry about the late stream start. I have an abundance of mine materials I need to transfer over at some point. Wait a minute or so and then we'll get started. Honestly, we don't need many people for Massive Attack, which is also good. I was kind of experimenting with different setups to see where certain thresholds of damage were. Well, right now I can't wield my lame to Argent. But wow, oh wow, was it really easy to unlock the 2 adepts off stream? So 2 out of 3 already completed. I'll do a kill count so chat can see. I think I've had like 2,200 on the lane. Which, since I'm not holding it, you can't see it, but the other one only 5k away. Which, given that there's, what, 480 enemies solo, it takes me about 10 to 11 minutes, depending on my routing, to full clear. Probably in, like, 2 hours solo I'd finish it. It'll just be us for now. But I was trying to determine some important MS3 thresholds, and definitely Cycle 1 makes it easier, don't get me wrong. But I think from the standpoint of these double adepts, man oh man, do I basically pay nothing. Just turns to TP. Most of the time I just have to heal myself, which is kind of annoying. Oh, look, Del Rappy. Hey chat, this could have been you. Just, every time you think about whether or not you want to join. Ridiculous. Well, speaking of thresholds, I was off by 9 damage, so if I was at max MST, I think that would have killed one way sooner. So right now I have so many boosts that I basically insta-kill everything. Defeat my dogs when I come back to Retract. So sorry, Retract. I think I've only seen 9 or 10 Del Rappies so far. I haven't seen like a ton. Yeah, no Ignition Cloak, sadly. We're getting up to the point I should probably see. What I've also been doing when I've been playing with people off stream is I've been picking up armor as we go. I learned that you don't really want to pick up too many of the surface ones, but the underground armors, oh, they're so good. I'll take anything that literally says the word armor as I go through, but I'm skipping frames. outpost shields on surface. The reason being is I'm making like 40, 50,000 every time I do that. And if I back twice, then I'm making like 80, 90,000 with quest damage. It's kind of silly. Unfortunately, one of the problems with multiplayer is just slightly not damaging enough with Varda. I don't know if it's like enough to warrant wearing a conceal cloak to fix it. See how they're at like 166? Like that is actually a problem when we do multiplayer. I'm thinking about if I replace Ignition Cloak where I don't think I hit any significant thresholds now. Like, see how I'm two-shotting the Rappies? As long as I can still two-shot those Rappies, like, and I can't two-shot those yet. I don't think I can even with 100 MST, sadly. So if I make it so that I don't lose two-shotting on Rappies, I was thinking if, weirdly, the endgame run here involves me running Congeal Cloak, because there are multiple enemies that I don't kill fast enough with Bowie. But I think that'll mess up the underground routing, so I think it's, like, specific to if I'm doing crater resets. That's how you know when you're done, you wanna optimize further. If you're talking about removing Ignition Cloak because it just doesn't matter anymore, and I just need to kill Astark faster. That's how you know you're at the end of the game, chat. Like, look at that, two-shot. Nobody can even participate. Just does this. And look at that comparatively. Well, I can't see with the PP laser, but you can see it's only doing 564, which is not great. Similar to the Astark with like way more health. Is what it is. But yeah, I wanted to talk about Retract's topic a little bit, since Retract actually did a forum topic. Although I will say, actually, before we go into Retract's topic, we'll let more people cycle in for that one. I do want to talk about a different forum topic that did make me laugh, probably for the wrong reasons. Involving the, I think it was something along the lines of like CC Cope thread or something like that. I think chat knows where I'm going with this, but I was seeing some muy caliente takes in there. Yeah, Copium thread, thank you. Yeah, I was like, I don't know. I think at this point, I have never seen somebody just so consistently wrong with takes. It's actually kind of impressive. It must be like an achievement. I genuinely don't understand how anybody could, like, with a serious face and is not just trolling, is attempting to justify that Temple is in a healthy state or Spaceship, either in any regards. Honestly, like drop rates, items quality for drops, map layouts, just like there's like 1 or 2 viable quests total in those areas. Maybe, and even then there's still like extraordinarily flawed quests. Like, I like Lost Shock Rifle, don't get me wrong, we have played it on stream, but like everybody that plays it I think would agree there's just a certain point in the quest where you're like, nah, I'm done. I don't want to go through Big Maze City. Yeah, it's like it starts fine and then it's like, oh, just kidding, it's episode 2, you can't have anything nice, come on. You're like, come on, it's episode 2. So I just, yeah, trick or treat. Yeah, you definitely get tricked as you go through. So I don't know. I just find those kind of takes very interesting, because I genuinely do try to push myself to try new things, and I think chat would agree. In particular this year, because I'm setting up for the quest guide, we literally went through, I think, 90% of the quests that are in the game on stream. I think there's a few that I just outright vetoed. So it's like, oh, like, listen, we don't need to play those again, trust me. Yeah, like, you know, it's one of those things, like, I guess the best equivalency is, like, there are multiple temple quests, but they're kind of like, at best, the Simulator 2.0s and Mine Offensive levels of quests. They're not really fun. So I just find it very interesting where we're saying like Temple is like in a good place, and it's just like I think 1 ID is palatable, maybe 2. Every other ID is a complete waste of time, and you would never run this. It's literally like you run it for Jaya, right? You play it for pink ID, and then it's like, why would you ever touch this as any other ID? Why would you ever touch this area? Yeah, that's the problem. It's like, it's not even like comparing against episodes, it's just like, I think it kind of comes into that quest balance issue that we talked about before. It has like elements of balance in it. Like, there are at least like 1 or 2 items that you could potentially maybe consider running. But the problem is just like, when you look at some of the stronger areas, which does include forests, you know, they generally follow a formula, right? I think episode 4 kind of breaks the formula, which is kind of a good alternate. We'll talk about that in a moment. But like, what are some of the best hunts that people think of? And then just kind of look at it and ask yourself, is it following a formula of 1 Uber, 1 high hit item, staple unit, beginner items? And honestly, like, we could fault caves for being a little wonky in some IDs, but even that still follows a very similar formula. Ruins is more uber heavy, and I think the problem is that the high hit weapons that scale are not as universal as something like a frozen shooter, nor are there like a lot of Disco Brave Man or Good Jaya chances there, for example. That has led to like the perception of Ruins being weak, whereas like, I think when we take a look at stuff like Temple, I could just genuinely say, like, why would I ever run, like, RNID Temple? Like, there's just not even in, like, another, I can't even think of any hypothetical. Even if I wanted to get a Cincesta, why would I ever run this quest for Cincesta when there's literally no other drops? And I think the problem, too, is just, like, you know, much like Tower ID for some of the IDs, there's kind of just like 2 items and that's it. And it's okay to put some of the more rare items in hard areas. In fact, you know, that gives a reason to, you know, play different areas, is that not every area gets the same batch of weapons. But I think like a really big problem with it is that there's just nothing. Like, it's just like the best you could kind of say is there's like a V501 in Spaceship on some IDs. That's kind of annoying to grab. So it's like, not only is it not convenient to go get, and not only is it just kind of a waste of time, but it just like, the rewards on it are just not in the same league. And I'm not gonna apologize for that. They really need to think about that drop chart a bit more. Like, you can't tell me with a straight face that stuff like Purple ID Forest with its like Red Handgun, Lavis Cannon, Heavenly Arms, Frozen Shooter, potentially Red Saber drops on other IDs, where you can name like 4 or 5 good drops, that a lot of areas even follow that kind of pattern. And I think it's really unfortunate, because even with like episode 4 being nerfed compared to vanilla, where a lot of their items were spread out to other episodes, which I think was a good idea, the problem is that like most of them just kind of boil down to like, are there even 3 good items in some of these areas at all that you do a hunt for? And then on top of that, even if there are 3 items, is there a quest that even supports these? And the problem has been like, Pink ID, it like in theory, like on paper, looks like it'd be fine on Pink ID, but like there's like no good quest support for it. You're doing like these awful like 8-minute treks to kill like 15 enemies. And then you could just look at like any plethora of like episode 1 quests or episode 4, and it's hilarious like how much easier it is to get there. And it doesn't involve going through stupid maze rooms or walking through long empty corridors, which is ironic because that's what Mines tends to be. But they kind of solve that problem in quest design in Mines by having warps. Right? Like, think about almost all the modern quests in Mines. They don't usually make you full walk in Mines. They usually put warps at certain points because they're like, yeah, we like some of the tiles from this, but like nobody genuinely wants to walk in an empty room for like 14 seconds where you're not fighting any enemies. And I think that's kind of the problem, is just like there's not really that kind of great support. Like, the most I can really think of in terms of like trying to quote-unquote fix the problem with areas with Spaceship and Temple are like the Penumbral Surge quests, right? Where they take something that's like genuinely really unique and I think is fun to play, And they try to at least make it different, right? You have like 2 teams splitting up in Temple, and it has all those things going for it, or Spaceship has like a series of super close warps, which I find kind of ironic that I can kind of look at challenge mode and go, I would kind of rather play some of the challenge mode maps over a lot of the standard quests that exist for Spaceship, which is a little sad. Just because it's like, oh, that's kind of neat. Now we're kind of grouping it together and doing warps. Marissa's here. I'm gonna read what Retract said below. It makes it tough to balance tempo because the value is stacked on specific enemies. Yes, I agree. Across all the IDs that are worth playing, so Quest really just wants to 3 enemies, which is not gonna happen. Yeah, and that's kind of the problem too, is like, even in stuff like Spaceship, like, there's like one ID that arguably kind of gets value on something like a Guild Chick or Dub Chick, but then like, that's it. Like, almost nobody wants to see the Wolves, almost nobody wants to see the Guild Chicks, almost nobody wants to see a Dub Chick. Baran's is loaded with things, and it's fair, you can make mini-bosses have better items, but like, there's no good in-between things. Or like, Yellow ID is like close to being like fun in Spaceship, but then they put like Disco Brave Man on a split form of Pan Arms, and I'm like, why? I don't know, stuff like that is just always gonna baffle me. I'm like, is someone honestly gonna sit there and wait for Pan Arms to split in Spaceship? The Hell Quest? Really? White ID has it there. Why is Yellow ID like that? There's just like little questions like that, and I think it kind of just ruins quest variety. And I think it's like kind of similar where like, you know, there are in theory some good items on like Purple ID, Sorcerer, and you're like, oh wow, a different way to hunt Ignition Cloak. That's unique. It's not necessarily game breaking, but you know, it's cool that that option's there. And then you look at the rest of their chart and you're like, what the hell happened? Where are the Vices? Where are the Yases? Where are the other useful units? Where's something? There's no H-Arms, there's no Smart Links, there's no... Like, you don't have to make it like an 8 PD unit, but like, it has to be something. No Glide Divines, like, there's so many things it could potentially be. And it's just depressing going through some of those drop charts. Where they're like, they have like some interesting hunt ideas, but like, they really need something. So chat talking about stuff like, you know, potentially putting a Last Swan there, I'd be like, okay, that's all, you know, there's your hit percentage weapon as part of the formula, how to make places feel a little better. And granted, not every ID needs to be like a 10 out of 10 hunt thing, you know, you could say like, you know, they've quote-unquote won enough, you know, maybe we should focus this, it's like, RNID is like so specific that they basically only hunt Ubers, they're kind of almost like another Sky ID. So it's like, I'd rather them just play to the strengths, and you know, you can have formula breakers in those IDs, and that encourages, you know, variety, or encourages things like you're doing the Omnispawn quests, where suddenly less love enemies get access. And the problem is just like, a lot of the value on Temple and a lot of the value on Spaceship is 3 enemies. You're not really excited to see some of the other things. And weirdly, in a way, Forest has actually kind of fixed some of that problem, where they, you know, they kind of go like, oh, you know, what about like the non-frozen shooter IDs? You know, if they go to Forest, what kind of value's there? And they put like Heart of items there. Like, that's what they did to fix quote-unquote Viridian value. If you happen to be playing TTF there, for example, you know, you're not missing out on anything. You're not, hopefully you're not doing Hill Delt resets there. But it's just like one of those things where at least there's something else you could go for on the way there, and it makes the hunt just like a little different from the other hunts that you do. And I think we're just kind of missing that variety, honestly. It's like, what? All the good items are on Del Saber, Garan's. Is there even a third enemy type in Spaceship that gets good items? I mean, you have to think of it this way. Where do they put all the Daylight Scarf? You know, where are the Lavis Cannons in that quest? And it's like, oh look, 90% of them are on the same thing. So it's just kind of unfortunate that, you know, you could kind of look to stuff like Mines, where like, RN Mines hunts like one really specific thing, and that's S parts, but you know, you get other items with it that are kind of worth it. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm okay with them splitting and having, like, junk rares. I think that's kind of like the punishment for not killing them fast enough. I would rather go forward with that methodology. That there should never be a useful rare on, like, Hidden and Migium. Welcome, Calvisha. I'm just of that opinion. Like, nobody should have to wait for them to split to get a good item. I'm sorry, you don't do that in episode 1. You don't do that for, like, a majority of episode 2. Definitely a mistake. Like, there's so many items that could receive, like, just a little love in terms of just making Ultimate, quote-unquote, a little more fun without necessarily, like, you know, I'm not saying, like, put V502 on, like, every ID or whatever, but there has to be, like, something, like, at least, like, what handful of units could be fun? And, like, they kind of do it with Spaceship. Yeah. Like, honestly, like, when would you ever consider doing anything other than Blue Pink Temple? I feel like the answer is you don't. I guess I'll sell some items. We'll do it casually. I was gonna do a warp in the next quest. Yeah, I'm just gonna showcase how much money we received from this. So I didn't even cap out on my items since I was a little slacking there. Just casually selling this at the end of the run. You know, we just made 50,000. So if I picked up 2 more items, it would add 60,000 plus 10k from the other reward. So I think if you're playing with a group, my recommendation is always put a warp at the start of the next quest so they can just easily back. But, you know, if you're doing a one of fun of, then it's whatever. But I mean, it helps for the people that are doing charge in this quest. Retract is watching. Retract waits and judge in the lobby. So for me, I just find it kind of wild that, you know, there are quests with like 70 lilies, and it's not just 1 or 2, it's like 4 plus in terms of value. You know, in stuff like episode 1, there are massive attacks, there's custom quests, event quests have like 70 plus, but like Temple never even gets remotely close to those numbers. I don't know, I just find it kind of wild to me. So, and I agree with, like, now that they moved everything to Rare Enemy Week, it just feels kind of bad to go there most of the time. So, you know, kudos to them for putting at least a Heart of item on Purple ID to give you a reason to try to run Purple on Temple. But, like, there's just not an interesting item to hunt there currently. Like, I would consider, you know, Vivian and Rambling another Delrappy. Insane. So, same spot too, that's funny. But it's just one of those things where, you know, I would consider Vivian and Rambling May fairly niche, and even Daylight Scar to an extent is fairly niche. Oh, there you go. Nice Ignition Cloak. Congrats, slash Chips with the Clips. I don't think it dropped it for me, given I didn't see anything. Oh well, at least somebody got it in the 10 or so that I saw. First one ever, nice. That definitely helps. But it really is just one of those things where there's just nothing of interest to hunt, and I think a lot of it is just they're missing what are considered some staple items. And like White ID can kind of avoid that, and White ID kind of cheats that to a degree across every episode. I don't think it's those areas specifically, but because it has like consistent access to stuff like Disc of Brave Man, there's not like a really truly terrible hunt that White ID has for the most part, except for arguably episode 4. And I kind of wish some of the other IDs had more iconic items. Not like every area has them, but like some of the weaker areas might have them to spruce them up a little. And I feel it's definitely a shame for Spaceship in particular. There's like almost no way to really enjoy like a Baran's or Sorcerer kind of run because they're just not allowed to spawn in the same area, or at least that's been a quest design. I don't know if that's like a physical limitation or just an accepted practice with Spaceship that you can't have Baran's and Sorcerer at the same time. But it's just one of those things. Yeah, I think it's a limitation. But because of that, it also kind of stunts the growth of a lot of those quests. Where even for like Penumbral Search 2, as much as I like having the ability to split off and do hunts, it's just kind of rough in general. That you have like very few enemies, there's basically nothing of interest ever on the wolves. There's nothing of interest ever on the dump chicks or gill chicks. There's not like an item that's on par with like your S parts. There's not really like a good, you know, I would say kind of intermediary item where it doesn't necessarily have any inherent value. But stuff like photon filters kind of help fill the space. Or at least from a trading perspective, there's a reason to go there. So if you don't like doing it in episode like 4, for example, or episode 1, it would have been nice to kind of change it up. And the problem is like, it's like Arn has that technically in Temple, but it's surrounded by like literally nothing. So is there like an unwritten rule for some of these items to just be really unfun? Like handgun gold on white ID and handgun gold and green ID spaceship, for example. White Ruins specifically. I don't know. It just feels like I just kind of roll my eyes. Like, I'm okay with certain items being iconic in certain areas, but like, is anybody saying LNK-14 combat is iconic? Certain IDs after a certain point. Do we really need to see some of these drops? Like, even very hard mode doesn't do that, which is like, to me, like, baffling. I genuinely don't understand it. True nonsense moments. I'm gonna kill these since they're so far out. Nice photon crystal. Bye. Put out a fireball as well in solidarity. Yeah. And I think the thing is, too, just the takeaway from that conversation before we go into Counter-Attract's forum post is more like, there's just not an exciting reason to see a majority of these enemies on most IDs, and I think it's really unfortunate. I mean, just look at, like, how much value, like, Blue ID Very Hard Mode gets, or even, like, Red ID is a slightly nerfed version of Blue, or like Purple ID in Very Hard Mode. If it just had like one vice drop, it would be the difference between it being subpar and you giving a reason to run it. And I think by like not having certain iconic items, it kind of sucks. I don't know if they want to include more cloaks in different areas where it's not necessarily like game changing or breaking, but it just gives an alternate option to hunt. I don't think is a bad thing from a game design perspective. Like, are they just scared to give spaceships something runnable outside of like very limited events? Because even stuff like Daylight Scar, I joke on stream where it's like the best way to hunt Daylight Scars is to play episode 4. Right? Because like, at least if you're doing it, there's at least like 6 or 7 items in the hunt you would actually want. Like, as brutal as that statement is, like, you really should think about it. Like, better area pattern, better items, more XP. So there's just like genuinely not a reason to do some of the middling ones. Oh my gosh, another Del Rappy. Insane. What is happening? 2 in 1 quest. Wild. Take that, rare enemy week. Very hard, yeah, very hard mode, by the way. Like, see how, like, we're excited genuinely to see stuff like Rappies? Like, you know, where are there, like, Sacred Claws and stuff like that? Where, like, the enhancement armors in some of those difficulties. Even stuff like Lieutenant Mantle would probably be okay to swap some of the absolute crap that's in Spaceship. Like, it doesn't have to be, like, game-breaking or anything, but, like, come on. Give something. I don't think I got it again. That's unfortunate. I mean, I think my criteria is, like, I would prefer 1 to 2 what I'll call filler items, or, like, stuff that are potentially useful for beginners. They're not necessarily... They don't have to necessarily be, like, Heavenly Arms, but, like, I will gladly take stuff like Cure Confuses or Cure Freezes as, like, an optional drop in it. But, like, there has to be, like, a big appeal of something on some of these IDs. And, you know, sometimes Daylight Scar entices the very minute, the very small amount of players where they would find it useful. But it's just kind of crazy to me that it's like, we're scrounging here and you're like, oh boy, time to get my DV Saber 3080 with my LNK Combat 14 while I'm getting Durandal from boxes. I'm like, really? This is your reward? Then you just play something like Episode 4, and you get, like, Photon Crystals in every area, which is, like, a PD equivalency, if not a lot better, depending on how you view it from a beginner perspective. You have, like, multiple endgame high-hit items. You know, they're getting V101s in the run, V801s. Purple ID gets Yashminikov and Vice, so it's like you can kind of go for 2 hit percentage weapons. So it's like, I wish it followed at least some kind of formula. Like, if not this, then that. Like, having multiple high hit niche items is fine. Which is kind of weird to me, because I think, like, to an extent, Ruins can do that. And some Ruin IDs I think are fine, it's just I don't want that as the main hunt kind of deal. Since I'm not looking for that to complete the character. You know, stuff like, I don't know, like Zombas or Guardianas, like, they're not necessarily going to be your, like, #1 item, but it would be nice to just have something to hunt there. Other than Dragon Slayer, 5,633,000. Cat was too close to the Marissa, so it just kept jumping. Rip. And that's where I find it kind of funny when we play stuff like very hard mode, where, you know, in the same run I could get Jaya or like a beginner friendly unit like Heavenly Arms, or I could get Heaven Striker Coat, or I could get more niche items like Congeal Cloak, or I could get like potential endgame items like Ignition Cloak. And it's just like, it's just kind of baffling to me that we go to that, and then it's like, oh boy, oh, let's play Viridian for Frozen Shooter, and oh, at least maybe it has like at least 40 to 50 of an enemy that's huntable, right? We're not gonna be doing one-room resets forever, right? Just silence. So I really hope that they reassess the drop charts. I don't know if something like Last Swan would fit it. I've heard rumors that they were thinking of Frozen Shooter as an item of interest in Spaceship. I don't know how I feel about that. I think from the standpoint of it needs something, I would agree. Whether they want to find some kind of formula to just say, like, you know, all Uber IDs. Yeah, like, I don't really want every area to be Frozen Shooter. At the moment, that's what I'm thinking. But from the standpoint, I don't mind it being in Temple for Viridian as just like an alternate way. There's just no reason to ever run it. There's not like another item of interest you could go for at the same time. There's not really something to do if it's like not rare enemy week. And the fact that Spaceship doesn't even have rare enemies, that it still has so few enemy types, is wild to me. Holy Rain, Spaceship, I could see that. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, it doesn't have to be, like, #1 in, like, the slot, but it needs something. I think I think people in general have also been asking for stuff like Galatine to be potentially droppable outside of boss runs, because some of those are kind of miserable. But, like, there are item candidates. Whether they make sense for those areas is, like, another discussion point. But it's just one of those things where I feel very disappointed whenever we talk about, like, I don't ever associate the word spaceship and value in the same sentence. There's no... gimme photon crystals. There's no really great plethora of units that you go through. Cure units are incredibly sparse. There's not really armor in there I'd be interested in. And even for the ones where I am interested, they're on such a heinous enemy type that basically no quest supports it. So what is the point of even having it currently? So honestly, I could kind of see, like, you know, Retractus looking to potentially fill in the gaps of, like, what would make, like, a good temple and spaceship quest. I'm telling you right now, spaceship that actually just goes to Sorcerer, it will be a big step up. There needs to be a quest that you have to go to as the Sorcerer that is not a, like, 10+ minute clear or, like, a 15-minute solo clear of, like, Penumbral Surge 2. Like, the fact that that quest is, like, by and far the best way to hunt Sorcerer, but you have to slog through literally walls of nothing to get there is just absolutely insane. Whoever thinks those kinds of hunts are okay as is, I'm going to go, is it April Fool? Is it an early April Fool's, out-of-date April Fool's joke? It's like, I don't believe you. You're gonna tell me that you genuinely run purple ID hunts in Spaceship? I'm gonna roll my eyes. I don't believe you. I'll do a couple more here. I'm almost capped on tickets, so I could do at least 3 or 4. If we don't get more people, we'll just switch over to Anomalous Ordeal, because I don't think Retract got to play it. It's actually pretty good. Welcome, Tep Tep. Hope you're doing well. I feel like opening up the drop charts. I'm gonna click on the drop charts just for chat. I'm gonna put them on the side. I can't put them up while we play, as that requires way too much setup change. At this point, you practically memorize them. But I'm like, you know, I'm just kind of looking at, like, let's just take a handful of IDs from Temple to see what I'm talking about. So, like, Viridian. You can get Pure Poison, an Uber, Nug 2000 Bazooka, Frozen Shooter. It's like, okay. It's okay. Then you kind of go to Green ID and you get Kamui, which is, okay, pretty niche. Handgun Mila. Okay, there's your Uber. Then nothing. They don't get anything else. Then you go to Sky ID and you're like, okay, surely they at least have an Uber, right? Because it's the Uber ID, because everybody runs Ubers on Sky ID, right? And then you're like, okay, Heavenly Power. I'm like, okay, you know, that could be good for beginner players. That's the kind of unit I'm talking about. Vivian, I'm like, okay, that's kind of niche. Yasha, okay, that's kind of niche. And then nothing. I'm like, oh. Oh. It's just like missing like that one extra item. I gotta go back for power material. It's missing like that little something to put it over. Or like Blue ID, where it's like, think about how nice Photon Crystal. Think about how crazy the value is on stuff like very hard mode, where you have like 4 something Jaya chances. And you're like, okay, surely this will be a really fun Jaya hunt, right? And you're like, okay, what drops Jaya? Merlins. Okay, does anything else drop? Art of Morlin from Midibora. Oh, okay, but what if you're not only going for Jaya? Is there like a good supplemental item? No. No? I mean, think about how many times where you're like, okay, think about areas that you normally hunt. And think about it this way. You're like, oh, I'm doing yellow ID mines. I'm like, oh, you know, I get Nug 2000 Bazooka, and I get Excalibur, and I get this, and I get that, and just, like, the list goes on. Where, like, the quality of the item is so high, and there are generally more items in a run that you're interested in. Like, we're, like, barely scraping, like, 2 items in a run that you would consider taking. And this keeps happening across multiple IDs. Zuzu, unlucky. Like, Yash Minikov on purple is interesting. Heavenly look. The irony. Part of, you know, that's a little interesting. But, like, I wouldn't run these by themselves. There's just nothing that would help a player. There's just nothing that really scales for veterans. There's a cosmetic, so you can argue that, you know, maybe that ID is supposed to be weaker on purpose with the new design change. But to me, it's like, okay, well, this is going to be the thing I run maybe 3 times total. I get the item, I leave, I never come back. These are, like, not even remotely close to, you know, things I would casually run again. My bad. I thought I hit Resta, I hit Rufoi. I deserve that. You know, Red ID is probably, weirdly, one of the closer ones in value. Where, you know, it doesn't get your Frozen Shooter value, but it gets Magical Stir and Artista. And I'm like, okay, Disco Brave Man. I'm like, okay, great. Rambling May, Crimson Coat, another Disco Brave Man. I'm like, that's probably one of the few good temple IDs. Of all one of them. Where Pink ID is only really worth running on Rare Enemy Week, where at least there's something to hunt. But then you go to RN ID, which is right next to it, which really emphasizes like how bad it is. They legit get Cincesta on Hildator, and maybe you consider Brightness Circle worth hunting for on Del D? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if I'd be doing a hunt just for 2 items, and none of them are really run-changing or defining, or worth a lot in trades. They neither really complete my character or anything else. Like, yellow is also kind of one of those ones where it's a little interesting, but it's, like, not quite there. Like, I think it has the good Flowin' Sword, and Agito, which I guess you could count as kind of a rare item. One of your 1 PDs, maybe. But, like, the rest of the drops are just terrible. Like, is anybody ever excited to see God Hand in Ultimate? Do you really want a twin brand at this point in Ultimate either? Do you really want to defeat a boss and get Heavenly TP? Are you kidding me? And people wonder why nobody wants to run, like, Barbaray plus battles. I mean, kudos to Green ID for getting Heavenly Resist, mirroring White ID. aka one of the ones with probably some of the lowest value in caves. They mirrored one of the lowest drop values. Viridian at least gets Barbaray, LNK 38 combat. So, like, in theory, if Temple quests were better, Viridian would be one of those ones where you're like, oh, it could be a second ID to rival Red ID. But kind of like we were saying before, like, the quest design just doesn't keep up with it. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to click out. So there needs to be something other than, like, really abysmal RT or, like, Temple VR that doesn't really take you into an area that's helpful in those IDs. I think that's the thing that kills me too, where it's like, in theory, if the drop charts were amazing, and like if Spaceship had like really high value and Temple had better value in general, you should be able to run something like a Temple VR and go like, wow, I get to do my Barbaray hunt, and then I get to go do and fight Gold Dragon, but oh wow, I got to fight Barans on the way here, and that's really exciting. And then you look at like what IDs would do like your boss rushes or like your Temple Spaceship combos, and they just don't line up at all. So like RNID is like horrendous in Temple, and it's one of the better ones in Spaceship, but like do one really bad ID and then one decent ID really balance out and equate you running a quest? I feel like the answer is no. You want to at least be average in one and good at another. And that's just philosophy and how we pick the quests. You know, White ID is like close to correct with Rambling Lay plus 13 plus Disco Brave Man. 13 another great item that's good for endgame. Answer with Spaceship Temples, either pink, purple, white, or Viridian. Yeah, and the problem is, like, then you look at the quests that support, like, Pink ID, and there's nothing that I think currently goes to Sorcerer, which is kind of what I'm talking about. So if you end up making, you know, that Temple into spaceship kind of quests, you know, you're looking for like what kind of enemy types to consider. How about making sure that those kind of IDs that actually have like either a worthwhile boss drop or something can go there? I would definitely think about it from an enemy count perspective, because there just is no support. Like, the Temple VR is like really interesting in theory, and the drop tables just hard suck going between areas. And it's fine, not every ID needs to be like a winner, because you have stuff like Respective Tomorrow, where, you know, if they're really good boss IDs, then, you know, RT goes up in value. You know, there's some considerations to be had as you go through. But I just feel like, you know, with the way it is now, there's not really like a really fun... Oh, I'll take that. There's not really like a fun combination of enemies that's kind of worthwhile on them. Like, you either have this enemy type or this enemy type, and then 99% of the other drops are just kind of worthless. So the most I will concede to is Red ID is like close to being probably the strongest overall ID in Temple from a like veteran perspective. It has like units in between that really help new players, like Cure Slow, God Technique are really great units. Magical Cerementista is an interesting support item. So like it has like just so many general items that even if they're not like necessarily big ticket winners, there are a lot of them. And I think it's kind of unfortunate that the other IDs just fall so woefully short. Like White ID is another example where it has a unit I would consider for beginners with God ability. And I think it's okay. So, like, you know, White ID would have been one I would have considered taking between, like, Temple and Spaceship, where I'm like, you know what, if there's a lot of normal enemies and there's nothing I'm really excited for in a boss battle, maybe, you know, maybe if Spaceship has, like, a really good kind of payoff for me, I would kind of go into Spaceship as is. The answer's no. So it's like, it's a little depressing that it's like, looking at it, like, both from a trade value and personal value, some of these IDs are struggling to name one item. So I think they've been trying to address it slowly. Lucky, quite the opposite. Yeah, something like that. I think they've been trying to address it with the Forge to make some of the more useless items a bit more relevant again. Like, you know, the old school anti-android rifle, which in classic mode is probably still good. You know, doesn't really serve a purpose in the current server. So, you know, those kinds of items will inherently slowly gain value as they keep adding them into the Forge. But at the same time, like, you just see entire junk rolls of Bravises, DB Saber 3070s, Cross Scars, LNK Combat 14, you know, Gable, and, you know, just all these items that are just depressing. And you get to see the glory of what happens when you have useful items on nearly every enemy when you just go to very hard mode instead. And that, I think, ends my tangent / rant. Although, I guess I should do the honors of looking at Spaceship again briefly. Oh, I filled up on a lot of music discs. I did not mean to do. It's fine. I should have deposited some earlier. Yeah, Spaceship, if I remember, is also kind of a depressing wasteland of value. Spaceship charts aren't as bad as Temple now that I've gone through. Yeah, like Viridian has Smart Link, right? Okay. And Heavenly Power, okay. And nothing. That's it. Are you really gonna do it for 2 units? Are you gonna be running it for that 1 in 6,000 drop rate Heart of item? Maybe. I personally would never do that run. But again, like, if there's more quest support so that you have one that's like Chaos Sorcerer, Del Saber, I don't know, something like Guild Chick or something. It could be interesting from a, you know, value perspective that Spaceship finally has a quest you would run. So that way you do something in between and get a little more value. You know, Green ID we talked about before really just has handgun gold. It's Green Hill cards. There's your 2 Ubers. And Cure Paralysis. I don't know. Maybe people put a lot of weight on Musashi. I don't know if I really want to do that. Emu asks, how goes the farm? It's going okay. We're having a long tangent about Temple and Spaceship. About how depressing the drops are. I don't understand why both Temple and Spaceship have God Hand for drops. I feel like there's definitely a missed opportunity. I feel like there's at no point do I really ever want to say, like, wow, guys, let's go ahead and do the boss rush, because I want to fight Gold Dragon. Like, I'm just looking across all IDs, you know, Phoenix Claw, Heavenly TP, Earth Wand, Mazer Beam, Phonon Mazer, Partisan of Blading. Like, none of the... Oh, nice Striker Coat. None of these things are, like, really phenomenal items, which kind of blows. Flare Bias. Yeah, something like that. It's just so disappointing. Yeah, Blue IDO I thought I was kind of wishing was a little better. Like, I think it's kind of criminal that Blue ID in Spaceship has no Jayas. Why? Nice Photon Crystal. Do you know what I mean? I feel like they're violating their own section ID rules, where at least there's something huntable in every area. Like, they get Heart of Soul Vanish at V501, God Technique, and then legit nothing. It blows my mind, chat. Where's the Jaya? I think Blue makes some sense. In what sense? It has nothing you would hunt here. I would even take a Girasol there. Just something. Just... If they got ult value, they invest the Spaceship for hard to ult. Well, I mean, isn't that more of a problem of the other IDs not being worth running in Ultimate? I did die earlier, but my tickets. I'm gonna host one more game. And we might switch over to AO3 for a little bit. Yeah, Purple's another one of those ones where it doesn't get any Vices, doesn't get any Yashminikovs, doesn't get any mech guns of interest, unless you really count Yashminikov 2000H as your interesting ability. Sending the Sonic Doll Mag, they should bring back state maintenance as a reward for Platinum Fat Exchange. I don't know about that. Spaceship is annoying to navigate. You're not wrong. That kind of goes into some of the quest design discussions, which I know Retract would appreciate. Since Retract is resetting, I'm just going to walk and sell some items. Yeah, Spaceship has a big problem that mines used to have, where it's just like a big walkathon. Walkathons are very boring. Like, I think Pink ID could be interesting in Spaceship in very limited capacities. But there's never a time where I'm like, you know, oh, you know, I'm gonna do this hunt because it is Guild Chicks and Chaos Sorcerers. Because, you know, I'm looking for a Liberta kit for a mag, and I want Prophets of Motab as an Uber. So I would have preferred to see those kinds of items in a slightly easier to hunt area. Interestingly, Red ID has the Photon Filter. I was thinking one of the IDs in Spaceship did have an item like Photon Filter. And I think it's another one of those ones where Red ID is also weirdly pretty close to where it should be. Like, it's one of the only ones that really cares about the wolves. I still think across the board, Golgiski is kind of a dead drop, unfortunately. Gotta do the right thing here. Ruins White is better for gold, especially for December Disaster, I would assume, if that's why you say green Spaceship. Yeah, it's just one of those things where green Spaceship is just kind of not worth running. Like, you're going for an incredibly niche item and then an Uber just to showcase that you're bored with the game. Which is okay to say, like, it's, you know, if you want to do that for, like, what ID, it's whatever. It's unfortunate that green got nerfed into the ground outside of episode 4, and that's one of their only memorable ones, but probably for the wrong reasons. Oh, man. Certainly something. Sub 5 minutes for green, don't even have to finish the quest. sub 5 minutes for what in green ID? A handgun gold in 5 minutes? Oh, because it's on Del Saber, not Sorcerer. That's fair. Are you talking about Penumbral Search too? Oh, Christmas Quest. Yeah. Yeah, my bad. I thought the handgun gold was on Sorcerer. I was like, pray tell, what mystical quest has Sorcerer in 5 minutes? Never mind, wrong ID. Oh, man. Just kind of unfortunate going through there. And I think a lot of that has to do more with kind of what Retract is saying, like a big issue of like enemy spread and enemy counts. Like in theory, I like the drop chart, but when you start comparing it to the quests, they're just like not there. The support isn't there. The Spaceship still has like the biggest issue of having just completely miserable sorcerer runs. And sadly, I think that will never be solved. I feel like there's an unspoken bond to say Spaceship must be as miserable as possible. You can't just start in Spaceship Beta and have fun. All over. Like the Lost Weapon quest is 69, Del Saber at the time-wise not worth doing the Spaceship. Yeah. And I think a lot of that has to do with just like what we were talking about before, where like even in like the most optimal of optimal quests for a lot of these items, the problem is that most of them are extraordinarily boring walkathons or like maze fests. So like you pick one of the two if you're Spaceship or Temple. If you want my honest opinion, Retract, of how to make a good Temple or Spaceship quest, do not make the player walk endlessly. Please put warps. Please respect the player's time. If you make an enemy, if you make use of a long room in like Spaceship, you could go from like you could go from the front of the room to the back of the room and then put a warp at the end of that room when you're done killing everything, and everybody can go take that. Or something of that nature. Like, make it feel like it has a flow as you go through it. Or I think, like, some of the more interesting design alternatives is splitting up the rooms with, like, laser gates. Kind of similar to how, like, Penumbral Surge did. That way you can quadrant off, like, insanely big rooms where it's like, yeah, we really don't want you having to walk to one end of the room, then walk back to the other end of the room, kind of BS. So you could give, like, visual cues to the player, you know, this is where the quest is looking to progress. So you know you have to kind of move forward. Because a lot of it is about kind of the unspoken progression of a quest. I don't really like quests where they start spawning in, like, random directions and you have to memorize an arbitrary order. So I don't mind it doing, like, very simple patterns, like if it goes front to back, then back to front. Like, that's okay. But, like, I don't want to suddenly be like, oh, now you have to be at the front, now you have to be at the back, now you have to be at the middle, now you have to be at the front, now you have to be at the back. And it's like, those kinds of quests turn me off so fast. The day of the Humar is upon us. It's just Humar. Hunter Seaman Male, yeah. These males get the bonus. So... Also, Retract, I will request that if you are doing a boss run, please make sure that if you make them go from Temple to Spaceship, you put a healing circle somewhere. Don't be that quest designer that expects people to run like three areas with no healing circles. Don't do that. Don't do that. It makes me so sad. Please don't make people have to scapedoll aside in order to retrap. Respect the player's escape dolls. Yeah, you're 0 FT. Oh, it's back there, damn. See, my personal thing, I wouldn't recommend you put it in most of your quests or any of your quests, honestly, but one of the things I kind of like to do is, I missed the episode 4 button where you stand on it and it spawns things so you could time your attacks. on spawns. I do like the combat buttons. I like the "we're now gonna initiate bad things" button. From like a split perspective, that's pretty difficult to do. I don't know if I would recommend that on a first quest. Like, ideally, there should be like a reward for like having a full party versus not a full party. That would be the ideal. In practice, how easy is that to do? Probably not. Like, Penumbral Surge 1, for example, had like a completely different setup for 4-player versus if you just had 1 to 3. But the quest design in that is like out of this world. I would not try to aim for that for the first quest kind of things. Yeah. That's one of those ones where you have to feel very inspired. Yeah. I'll just wait for him before he... Yeah, I think a big issue is just kind of like... I don't know if you want to have like an... Like, I was trying to think about like mechanics, right? But, I don't know. I don't think any of them are like a hard sell where I'm like, oh, you have to put this in Temple kind of thing. I was thinking where... Oh, nice Halloween cookie. Very hard mode provides. I swear, chat, it's like every hour we get a Halloween cookie. It's actually wild. I feel like that's actually not an exaggeration. We've played maybe 8 hours of very hard, and we're up like 10 or 11 cookies. So if anything, it's actually better than that in terms of the raid. But anyway, but I was kind of thinking about like why I liked the physical layout of a place like MAE, nice Filton drop, of MAE Temple versus some of the other ones. And it's like, it honestly comes down to, there is a room where people can opt to go ahead and save some time. Right? So it feels good to kind of do that kind of thing. You could emulate it, I guess, with something with like laser gates to get to an area early. If you really wanted to feel that, have that feel. But I think one of the things that would just be better is to just not require that in the first place. Think of it from this perspective, is that Temple is generally pretty easy. If most people can kind of clear a group of 4 or 5, I want to make sure that if we're in a quest, regardless of if it's hitting a switch or doing something in order to, you know, go into an area earlier or whatever the deal is, just make sure the players feel like they're doing something. Because I feel like my big pet peeve when we play stuff like Temple is when we're in like a maze room. Oh, in general, I hate maze rooms. Please don't do any. Would be from the standpoint of, you know, there like 1 enemy spawns or like 2 enemies spawn, and then it's like, what are the other players doing? And it's okay to make a quest that's like more tailored to hunters, right? And you can make it more mini boss heavy. Yeah, please no enemies in side rooms. The maze room should be one of those ones where it's a small detour between... maybe there's like maybe that's like the healing circle room, so if they go out of their way, they could go to the healing circle, and if they don't need it, they just continue. Right? Like, that would be like an appropriate use of the maze room. How it's used is just to make the player mad and put like 30 random annoying spawns in there where you can't kill them with Baran's launcher. That's just realistically how it ends up being used. So it's like, I'd like to see a maze room used properly, but not just to annoy the player. If you want to put like bonus boxes or whatever on like the far path of a room, I'm okay with that, is treating this that like a box room or something. So it's not a don't do maze rooms ever, just don't chain them. Never put enemies in them. Just never ever put enemies in them if you have the choice. Please don't. See, I always kind of like the concept, but I don't think it'll ever kind of come out since the enemy types don't support it. The 3x3 in maze rooms, yeah. I would just exclude those from the tile set. Unless it's like a Pac-Man maze where it's nothing but treasures. Then you just go waka 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 as you go and just eat all the treasures. That would be an amusing bonus room, I wouldn't lie. The only time maze room is acceptable is when it's nothing but boxes. Found it, chat. We found the exception. Oh, I'm getting an insane number of materials. I should have sold some items earlier. I'll sell them before swap characters. I have 18 minutes, so I could probably just work out at the end rather than take the console and take my work back. Yeah, I think the big thing with Spaceship is the rooms are just too big. So it's just like... It doesn't feel really great going through them, so I think, like, from a visual standpoint, dividing them with, like, stuff like crushers or laser gates, or offering, like, a quick warp to go from, like, one side to another later, or something like that, is fine. Like, that would be... See, that would be an interesting use, where you basically have, like, 3 laser gates as you go through, dividing the room, and at the end there's a warp if you want to go back to the beginning of the room faster. I think Mines does something similar, and I always thought that was kind of an interesting concept. Do I think it's required? No. But I think you need to do something with Spaceship. I don't think you can just use the big room as is, unless it's literally just like, you're only gonna fight in this one room. Unless it's literally that. I don't know how that's gonna work. So I've seen them use kind of like the walls as the dividers. I've seen them use crushers. My recommendation still is the less that you need to walk, the better. So if you could find a way to shortcut it, and just block off the player, and just take a warp to go to the next one, if you can't get the tile set to connect cleanly, I would so rather you put warps almost everywhere. Maxed on HP materials, maxed on mine materials. Put all the power materials away. How close am I to capping? 3. Not bad. Yeah, so we're sitting on 26 photon drops. I think I've gone up 80 or 90 during the event. I've honestly kind of lost track. I definitely did not have a 3rd photon horde. I just don't remember if I started at like 20 or 40 before I got to here. So it's safe to say I've gotten close to 100 PD. No trades have really occurred, so... Goes from there. Anyway, I should probably go hand this quest in. But I think while it's in rotation, we should probably at least play AO3 a little bit. One of the few times I would say I would consider running Ultimate. And I think running a quest like that kind of helps talk about like how the flow should be. Because the big problem with like Temple and Spaceship is that they don't have like the same flow between rooms. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's like, what is the average amount of time it takes for you to go from one wave of enemies to another? And I think the big problem is that it's really, really high in Temple and really, 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 really uncalled for in Spaceship in particular. Because there are like a couple of long rooms in Temple, and like quests like MAE Temple get rid of that by having like upwards of 6 or 7 waves. And again, like the smart thing that they do with that is that it's not just like every enemy's in the middle and it's very blasé boring. We're going to Caves Mines. Whatever you want to go there. I'm going to bring in a force. Where, again, like, I think the quest does, like, a really good job of, like, focusing a player onto where it wants you to go. So think about, like, every time you go to exit in that kind of quest, where, like, you want to go to the next area, but you don't know when the last wave will be. You'll have a wave that is genuinely, like, 1 lily in the middle of the room, 4 hill delts at the far end. So, like, the wave density and the wave power level clearly focuses on one side of the room, so it's going to draw the players there naturally. So I would just recommend, regardless of how you do your enemy spawns, think about where your big bad is going to be, and just make sure that when your final wave is there, that is near the exit of the room. Welcome, Crmzntears. Oh, we might have 4 people to do key quests soon. I do want to at least do one of these. I think the issue is, like, a lot of temple quests kind of fail that. Oh, rip Crmzntears. Please, able to join still. We've been frozen in time. I promise you the stream is not frozen, it's just trying to connect. I guess we didn't finish reviewing IDs. We'll talk about that for a minute. Thought I crashed for a sec. Yeah, no. So, I guess we talked about Red ID. Red ID has Gurren and Daylight Scar. It's decent, but again, like, the Gurren's on a Chaos Sorcerer. How many times are you going to be fighting a lot of Del Sabers plus Sorcerers? You could be the one retract. You could finally give RNID Gurren the hunt that they could go for. Just put that Del Saber Sorcerer combo. Which, to be fair, you know, Chaos Sorcerer on Viridian looks kind of decent. Chaos Sorcerer on green would be kind of interesting. Del Saber's there would be good for... Maybe it'll be the green ID handgun gold hunt. Depending on how you stack the things. But honestly, like, most of these enemy types are just dead. Like, nobody really cares about them. Like, only White ID cares about Pan Arms. Only Pink ID cares about Wolf. Only Viridian really cares about Savage Wolf. Oh, Red ID does too. Okay, so there's exactly 2 IDs that care about one of the Wolves. Dub Chick, I think only Red ID is Photon Filter. Nobody cares except for White ID. Which I find it interesting that White ID gets double Disco Brave Man. That's also kind of funny. It's okay though. White ID's one enough. So I would also consider probably for your alt IDs retract. If you end up making Red ID kind of fun there, think about it. That would be my advice in terms of enemy spawns. Because honestly, almost nobody cares about Barbarous Wolf. It's like literally no loss if you remove that enemy. I think it impacts very little value other than green ID cure paralysis. Oh man. Let's now compare again to the other quests that we had before. The other tough part with Temple is event Rappies too. I think they're a large part of why there are usually so many more lilies than Rappies in Temple. Very true. See, it's not that... So it's like one of those things where the drop chart is not a problem for all IDs, just to be clear. I want to be super hyperbole with it. But, you know, in the event that you have an interesting enemy on, like, Sorcerer, or you have an interesting enemy, a lot of them just tend to be on, like, 3 enemy types, so quest variety is also kind of stagnant there. Because everybody cares about Lily, everybody cares about Rappy. A couple IDs care about Hildator. Almost nobody else cares about any of the other enemy types. And I think that's kind of the problem with it being so focused. Where it's okay if that was true for like 1 enemy type, maybe 2, but 3 is kind of lethal when there's barely 3 items worth running in the first place. That's kind of painful. Blue barrier immediately. What even dropped that? there boxes in the corner? Or, you know, I guess. Also, my advice to Retract, please put boxes in rooms like that. Just put them in happy little corners. Don't make it like this big struggle to get them. Be like, don't dump them in the beginning of the quest. Just put like 1 or 2, and then just have like a big reward for clearing an area. Like you clear temple. Here's like your 8 boxes or whatever. Yeah, like that could be like the extra reward for actually making it to the end. Yeah. I'm not sure if I would recommend having static drops. I'd recommend that, like, at the end of a floor. You could do, like, guaranteed weapon boxes. Not all of them have to be that. But it would be nice if you did that. Like, it's less applicable for Temple and Spaceship, sadly, because the area pattern kind of sucks. But it's one of those things where it would be interesting if we could put in, like, kind of like a recovery spot. So let's say, hypothetically, if you use, like, a small maze room, and you have, like, 2 outside areas, right? And then 2 next to places you want to go to. That those outside ones would have, like, a double tri-mates or a double tri-fluids or something. You could do stuff like that, which would be interesting. In lieu of having a healing circle. But inevitably, at some point, you need a healing circle. Don't be that guy. So to the right is boxes, north is progress. But Retract wants to get a feel based off of this quest. So this is something that I think Ender worked on. I recall the credit as expected there. And a lot of this has just been like, I'm okay with doing detours for boxes. I'd still prefer some in some of the rooms that I go to. Like, there are people that like to explore. I don't know if you want to go as far as doing a secret. I think that might be, you know, a bit much. I don't know. It's really what you feel at the end of the day. Nice. Track is rolling in dough right now. All in the baker. Yeah, like, this walk between rooms is not ideal. But then, like, how does it fix that? It puts boxes in. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it in your first quest. But see how there's, like, you know, cave boxes are actually decent. I think the issue is that, you know, yellow ID is just, like, a little bit lacking. But where it doesn't lack, and where a couple of the other IDs are also really good, are boxes. I think people sleep on how good the box drops are. Even in, like, RT, I don't see people go out of their way usually to bring the boxes. I'm usually the one that ends up doing it. Where, like, you'll just randomly get, like... Uh-oh, I got the bra. Oh, that 60-hit disco, there you go. Caves is like, you shall hit things. Well, I guess you want another Rainbow or Tista or whatever. I sadly have no interest in it. I already have a 60 hit. Yeah. Like, even in this one, like, honestly, if we didn't have to walk through this corridor and we warped, I would have been a lot happier with the quest. I don't mind some walks, but, like, that hallway for me was, like, that's where you lose value, Retract. And I think it was kind of interesting in Virtual Limits, where you do have some of the longer hallways. They make up for it by having boxes as you go. That's probably, like, the only acceptable time. You're like, oh, temple boxes while I'm walking there, so there's something to do. Yeah, I really like that mechanic where there's like the red doors open as you kill enemies. I think that might be one of my personal favorite mechanics. It's not like quote unquote super hard to implement, but it's nice that you can be like, oh, there's 8 waves left. Something about that to me is satisfying. I always enjoyed it when we played CCA and we see the rocks gradually explode. Honestly, I would have to check what the box drops even are on Spaceship. I don't even remember. Temple, I mostly know them. But Spaceship is just one of those ones where I'm like, I don't really want to go there. Oh yeah, we need some fire traps. Don't make me kick at that enemy. Photon drop, nice. Yeah, like I would say from like a satisfaction perspective, I would avoid front loading some of the mini bosses, but having like just one in every wave also feels kind of fine as well. Nice. Wow, everybody got a photon drop. Crazy. If not photon drop, Halloween cookie. The ultimate waking up. You said ultimate, please step your game up. This is getting embarrassing to get outperformed by very hard mode every day. If you gotta win at least once. Like in theory, slime duping here would result in a lot of cookies. Which is why this also could be an interesting quest overall. I find it interesting that this goes back to like the green mines here versus the ultimate mines look. Grab these. Need them to decide for this color palette for mines in general. Maybe it's supposed to go against like the red of the forest in ultimate. Either way, we're very green. Get a lame for the chat here. Yeah, so here's a great example. This is a small room. We're gonna be fighting at least 2 to 3 waves. And just make sure that if we're, like, in a room this small, we're still enjoying, like, multiple enemies in terms of setup. So just think about, like, if you come to a big room, the big room better, like, step it up. Like, here I would say, like, 3, 4. Like, this might be a bit more than average. Not in a bad way, I like that. It's having waves that are... So, the other thing that makes it kind of tricky is like... Oh, I should go back to the power material. The other thing that makes it kind of an interesting point is like... You can make a bunch of small waves if you can make them like all hellable. Yeah, like there's ways where you could like quote-unquote save time with the team. So I'd really play around with, like, do you make certain waves all hellable and just have, like, multiples of them so you just churn through them real quick? Because that's also kind of satisfying for people that have the ES weapons. Just have, like, 3 waves back-to-back where it's like, hell this, now hell that, now here's another batch of enemies kind of things. Promethean redeem first. Oh. Promethean is technically first according to Twitch. Other people can contest that. If we're doing well, Promethean. Yeah, see, like, if we were talking about mine... Oh, that could have been an interesting caliber. That's such a shame. We're talking about mines. Rooms like this, where there's, like, these little side rooms. I think Spaceship has them as well. You could probably put a healing circle in those. That way it's, like... just pops in when the quest is done, kind of thing. It's collected by tax. Nice. Yeah, where I think this quest starts to lose it a little. Like, see how we're walking along here? There's nothing to fight. This is a mistake. This part of the quest here, unsatisfying. There should have been something that we fought in the initial platform we teleported on, and then something we fought in the long hallway. Or put, like, boxes when we teleport in, and then have, like, only 1 or 2 enemies at the end of the hallway. Either is fine. But, like, just make sure that a player never enters a room and doesn't immediately do something. That would be my rule of thumb. It could be box collecting, it could be stepping on a switch. Just something that they're not just, like, walking through empty nothingness. Because I think that's where the quest starts to lag a little, is when you have stuff like that. Yeah, this quest goes for something a bit more controversial, where you go through an area twice. I do like it in concept. I don't know if this one achieves it. I think Penumbral Surge 3 achieves that with, like, flying colors. This one, I think because of the random spawn nature, it's not always there. Also, please, if you use Barans, please don't be that guy and immediately put something in front of the Barans. Please don't be that person. My other personal request, if you do more spaceship quests, please don't do that. I know people do it for the cheeky instant fire missiles. Just don't. Yeah, put them over there and shootable. That's what I want to see. I want to see them body blocked by all this BS. Yeah, I just mean because presumably Retractor gonna make more than one quest. I'm assuming you're not just making Temple and you're done. It would be kind of interesting if you do kind of like a Temple for this ID and then Temple for other IDs. Whereas I was joking, I think with you on Discord, you need to build up the Temple quests like their Baran set. So you'll have like Temple Spaceship, Temple CCA, Temple Tower. Just make it Congola and Barans, they all fire at the same time, so true. Yeah, here's where I feel like the quest doesn't nail it. I don't like this portion of the quest. We're killing like one enemy. Yeah, and then we gotta go through this other door. And then we fight. This looks like a set spawn that it's always 4 dub chicks. I'm not feeling that portion of it. I don't mind the dub chicks at the end, but there needs to be something else. I think this is also set spawn. Fought this last time. Yellow barrier, nice. But that's what I'm talking about. See how chat's just getting inherent value by putting boxes in areas that aren't awful? So I think people might end up getting a lot of value from Pink ID. Depending on the area, they could get good amps or barriers on yellow and pink, usually. So I figured while this was still an RVR, we might as well as play it, kind of deals. Wow, just immediately shoots missiles, huh? Sure. level 7, I would gladly do it. Yeah, like, this doesn't really do it for me. I like the idea of the fake walls. Okay, we're getting more spawns here. That's a little more worth it to me for a small room. I try to slow them down for Zon 15. Hope you're doing well on Parameter as well as anybody else who may have tuned in. Rip that power material though, I'm not going back for it. Yeah, I would say I think the caves portion of the quest is really tight. I would like to see a little tightening on mines. I would say my only complaint about caves is the long hallway when you go to the, call it the Y-split room, where I just feel like you don't really do that much. I really like the boxes as you go. I think more quests should be willing to do that. Not every quest, but some of them it's like, man, that would really fix some of the value. Roger, doing long parameter. Ouch. Why, hello there, Sinnohs. So, I can see myself playing this again in RPR. It's a shame it's during XP week. I mean, it is... Well, the caves portion gives good XP. Like, the mines portion is really lacking. Like, this is it before. I think the mines is, like, slightly undertuned. Caves is, like, above average, which is good. Because it kind of compensates where the better drops are usually going to be in mines anyway. Black mag has been found. We did all those for items, but I'll take the mag. So I wasn't sure if those would spawn multiple or not. I think that we have to go across, if I remember. I like that visual cue, that even if you can't see the mini-map, that this is an open door. I think that's good from a quest design perspective. I'm never like, oh no, which of the many walls do we have to go through? That's always good. So, we'll see where the chat wants to go after this. Yeah, there's my other favorite mechanic. Yeah, 1 in 1,000 limbed Argent isn't terrible. It's gonna take you like 10 quests or so before you realistically... Or it'll take you 2 quests before you realistically see a limbed Argent. Congratulations on the limbed Argent. Disregard what I'm talking about. 1 in 10. Nah. Just run the quest twice. Get it lamed. Get it lamed. It's easy. We just gotta get good. Yeah. That's why I was thinking you would enjoy this portion of the map. I really like that countdown. Yeah. So if you want to set up for a big bad room at the end, retract, by all means, by all means do the countdown doors. Hype up your final room. At least you can tell, like, roughly how much value you're about to get. Now, I think the important thing to think is that it's really good to have, like, a big finisher room on each member. And I think this quest is very good at giving a bigger finisher room on the second area in particular. I don't know if you're looking to kind of finish in Temple or finish in Spaceship, whatever your big finale is. Honestly, if you really can't think of how to go through Spaceship, having just, like, 1 or 2 big rooms there. Temple to end, that's fair. Give him a happy little bonus room at the end then. Spaceships involved in like rescue from a goal. So many enemies. I love how they just flip out of nowhere. They're so glitchy looking. Yeah, I definitely encourage to just have, like, a little bit of value as you play, but definitely backload that value. And instead of, you know... I think as long as you follow that philosophy, you can't go terribly wrong. Oh, I'll take that needed 25, though. So yeah, so unfortunately, as I said before, I think mine's kind of falls off a little. And I think it's because we just end up doing a lot of walking without a lot of enemies. Where caves, like, compare... Like, go back in the VOD and compare the density. Because that's where I think this quest is, like, it's a lot better. I'll put it at least in the situational, but it's still, like, an RBR only kind of thing for me. I would not play this outside of RBR. The value is just not there. I think it's because it loses it in mines. Yeah, it's like, it's pretty close to, like, what RBR value should be. The problem is, like, mines, there's a backtrack where we only fight, like, a couple of enemies, and then there's just, like, a big walking section. And I feel like that room where it's, like, the two, I'll call them teardrops, where basically the yin-yang or the teardrop room, I feel like it's underused. Because think of it about, like, how busy that room is in, like, AA1, where you go, like, spawn on the walkway, spawn in the main room, then you teleport, spawn in the main room, spawn in the main room, spawn in the walkway. Like, think about how, like, dense and how busy that is, and you could have cut out, like, a couple of rooms and mines by doing that. Where just lead the way. It doesn't have to be, like, 50 enemies. Just don't do, like, less... My rule is never less than 4. Never less than 4. You want to make sure that they Barans it, and if it's a big room, that you consider whether or not you want to be using Hell or not. And I think what can make some of the waves go really quickly is if you bunch up a lot of things that are Hell weak, and then it's okay to have waves that aren't, like, Hellable as well. Having mixed Hell just feels kind of weird, unless it's, like, a really big room. Then you have to think of it kind of like the Temple MAE situation, where, you know, there's potentially one set of 3 enemies that's Hellable and maybe 2 aren't, or maybe all of them are Hellable, or maybe half of the room is Hellable. So think of it that way. I wouldn't mix the types too much, just because you want to promote the ability for, like, a support ranger. Like, what would they be doing in this situation? What would an ATP clear be doing differently? What would Dark Flow users potentially be doing? I think that'll help kind of refine some of the spawn positions, where you don't put, like, 7 Hill Delts, for example, in a spawn, because hunters would realistically kill 3 Hill Delts at most. HellCleave is doing the dance. Welcome, HellCleave. HellCleave disappears into the ether. He did a little dance and left. Classic HellCleave. I think if we have a team, I don't know if Crimson was willing to do more, then switch over to cookies. I see Retract is here. I see ChipsWithTheClips is here. If we have a 4th, we can switch to cookies. Otherwise, I'll do another AO3. Yeah, don't make it too crazy. So we'll say going once, going twice. Crimson says I'm down. Oh, we could do some cookies. I think Retract was looking for... Anyway, collect the dad tax tonight. Oh, is that like Halloween? Would we be able to do some Turrells later? Yeah, we could do some Turrells later. Did you want to do some pink cookies to start, just to level the group? Yeah, that run is really satisfying. We'll do a couple pink cookies just to level the group. I had to think about what you meant by the tax, Promethean, and I'm like, it was clicking. The gears finally snapped into place. So we'll do some cookie runs to level the group. And then from there, whatever chat wants to run, I think is fine. Because I think Retract was looking for slicers and limiters. But yeah, honestly, AO3 we might just run just because. But yeah, retract. I think when it moves out of XP week, I think we should do some Terrells. It's tomorrow's clearance candy day at Walmart. Oh no. I figure if chat wanted to level one of their ults, now would be the time. Yeah. I'm not gonna say no to you. I don't mind doing some Terrells. You could probably do that Sunday or Saturday night. But I figured while people still needed levels, we could do some of that. Retract solo the Del Rappies earlier. I thought it was rare enemy week. Retract knows it's true. Oh, Retract bringing it to level 200. That's fair. Nobody wanted to level Retract. We saw 3 Del Rappies in 2 runs. And then we also saw a Pazuzu. It's okay to mistake it for, It's okay to mistake it for enemy week. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Some, cookie quest. Level up, Crimson a little. Go grab some cookies. UCAS definitely needs levels. Yeah, I figured it'd make it a bit easier to do the mines portions. Even if we just want to go right back to AO3, honestly. Retract is standing near the person. Done. Just the basically party music. This is somewhat appropriate for this area. So yeah, so today so far we've gotten Lame to Argent for the group, got an Ignition Cloak for the group. See if we can get a limiter for the group. Start going through item bingo. I am shocked that didn't hit me. We'll take it though. Maybe because somebody's closer, it's confused who it should target. So. Nice. Already paid for the quest. Man, that's unfair. Take your head, chat. Damn, we're just winning today. I think I'm allowed to say that, chat. I think we're just winning today. We've gotten so many cookies on stream. No, can't even say it was all from Cookie Quest. We got it from Very Hard. We got one from RBR. We got one from Cookie Quest. We're up so many items right now. And a Lame and an Ignition Cloak. I already went up Photon Drops and Photon Crystals. I'm happy. That's all I want. It's like, if I get anything else, that's just kind of extra. Got a fantastic amount of materials off stream. I think I took a screenshot. I was like, I played for like 1 hour before the stream. I think it was last night or today. I don't remember. Time blurs when you stay up too late. But I got like 4 Photon Drops, 4 Photon Crystals. I think 33 tickets or something like that in an hour of just casual play. I was like, oh. I was taking breaks in between, so it wasn't even like a whole hour of gameplay. Like, made food, got up, wrote on the guide at one point. I was like, you know what? I don't think I ever updated Very Hard Mode properly in the guide. Let me update that. And then it was like, I do another run, and I'm like, oh, maybe I should actually also add this. And I'm like, oh, maybe I should also type in the Discord that I updated that. So, just been incredible value from Very Hard Mode. I already got some good value from Cookie. Oh my gosh, chat, it never stops. It never stops. The value is here, chat. Finally. We did a cookie run, we're actually cookie positive. Who would have thought? What a wild world we live in. Nothing but winning right now, chat. And another Photon Drop for the group. Oh. What I want to see. This is how cookie runs should feel. None of this like 1 in 1250 nonsense or whatever. Just always winning. Oh my god, always winning. Always winning. Now we just need limiter. Are we gonna complete it? We gonna get every unit? Do we have to go back to caves to go get V101? Right, Chad? Or should we do more AO2 and get a Heaven Punisher from Crimson Assassin while we're there? You know, just perfectly normal things. Hashtag. Because keep in mind, that's also why I kind of like Yellow Caves and why I used to like the Yellow Endless. Heaven Punisher plus 2 or 3 decent items. Really great value hunt for caves. Not something I do like every day, but as I said before, if it's combined with things on the way to something else, I just kind of like that easy value as we go through. Like, you'll never usually see me do just a caves quest by itself. There's another item I want to hunt. But that ability to say, like, hey, while going there, I could get value, and in exchange, the enemies are like a great spread or like great quantity as a reward for playing that long. Which I think AO2 needs a little bit of a tweak for mines, according to what we're seeing. But in terms of caves, I don't think I have any complaints. The buffs there are huge. Like, the fact that we can even pass like 200 XP a second is a sign that, you know, they've crammed caves full of that yummy goodness value. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh, chat saved me. I was at 100 health at one point. I should have died there. I was gonna say, at this rate, is chat just gonna come in? We gonna find Megan 30 on the floor here? Is that what's gonna happen? Chat gonna go for just all the Ubers on stream? Ouch. I'm out of range, everybody. Unfortunate. All that phone Newman problems. So is out of range of the debuff. I love this character. It's almost 184. Although I am a bit sad my blue phone movement is almost level 200 now. Sorry, Chad. I'm winning too much in very hard mode. I'm sorry. It's out of the last 60 levels, I think only one of them has been on something other than very hard mode. I think one of them was also, ironically, I think on normal mode. Maybe 2 levels were outside of very hard mode. Crappy crit is real. Yeah. I'm still trying to fine-tune the level recommendations for each area. I'm definitely very curious from like a stat perspective how chat feels if there's like a PSO scientific way of what would be the good baseline. Like, I was almost wondering if I should split it up on based off a class, but then like I don't feel that way for episode 4. I don't know. Purple ID Tallow, oh no, they're doing Forest. Oh no, chat, the Turrells is happening right now as we speak. Why else would they be doing Purple Tallow? Oh no, the Charge Club is here. Yeah, so very soon I might retire the Mr. Freeze character, sadly. Although, I guess he can have some renewed vigor. When he hits 200, I can use him to level the other characters. But outside of that, I'll just go to grinding on other Blue ID characters on the Force account. Oh, that was unfortunate. My debuff did not debuff. They hit me just as I would have cast. Darn you, non-bare hand casting speeds. Foiled me again. Last chance for limiters for the group. See what happens. I'm kind of okay if I don't get another one this event, just because I've already unsealed 2. The other one's nearly done. It would make me kind of sad to unseal another one fresh. Hopefully we could get one for the chat. Like Christmas time, that's when I'm gonna see some of them. But right now, I'm like, nah. Hello, Foe29, that mysteriously appeared in front of me. Truly a mystery. I'll go back and sell one more batch. You did say you only wanted 3, so true. Hope you're doing well with Darius. Oh, I was taking a look. Well, I didn't look very long, but I did briefly take a look. You like the Google Doc and the Discord. I'm trying to come up with certain thresholds to recommend to newer players, both in an ATA and ATP perspective. So I'm definitely very curious what kind of weapons you're using as potentially a baseline, like in your mind, if you're to recommend to other players. And then, like, I might end up using the thing that you linked to double check. I was trying to use the combo calculator to get an idea of like what that kind of ATA would be. So I started to put some of the baselines in the guide. Yeah, the breakpoint is ATA. It's like I'm just looking for like very specific ones. So I was wondering if I might eventually just use it to kind of cross-check. Because I did it in the combo calculator, but I feel like the combo calculator was acting a bit weird with me. So I might cross-check some of those values in the cheat. I mean, the way I was kind of viewing it, right, is that there are 2 different ways to kind of clear each area. It's either normal heavy heavy or normal heavy special would be like the minimum to start an area, I would say. With some exceptions, like obviously Del Deaths is pretty annoying. But if you're looking to just hit like the most common enemy, this is what you need to do. I was like trying to figure out specific breakdowns. Forest, the evasion is pretty close across the board, so that's not as big of a gap in some of the other areas. But I was trying to think from the standpoint of like, what would I say if I had all the numbers in front of me? I don't know, I don't have them like, you know, exactly 912 ATP or whatever. But I was trying to think from the standpoint of like, what would be the best recommendation from a weapon standpoint? So, you know, the way I kind of view it is if you're using charge Vulcans, you probably want a normal heavy special. So, like, I started giving accuracy and based a lot of my initial thresholds based off of having a Vulcan. But I'm also kind of curious because trying to kill with normal heavy without a Vulcan is very different than normal heavy with a big sword. That's where I'm kind of thinking about, like, what would the best way to think about it. What would it end up being? So I've been kind of back and forth on that. Like, I wonder if I'm lowballing the ATP too much, because you don't need as much ATP to kill with charged Vulcans, or Vulcans in general, compared to trying to kill with charge arms, for example. Because Vulcan is just ridiculously good at target killing. So I'm just trying to think from like a high level perspective. Would it make sense to be like Would I dare use like a Baran's launcher as a comparison for ATP? To figure out what is the minimum to kill with the Baran's launcher? Because charge arm minimum to kill is really high. In fact, I don't even think you could do it in most areas, even with Shifta and solo. Like, obviously, if you suddenly become able to do special, that's a different story. But just trying to get people in the front door. Like, I'm a level 80 character. How much ATP roughly should I have? And so I was kind of basing it off of Vulcans for the most part. Looking to kind of cross-check it against other players where they're like, what is their personal preference for when they feel they're good enough to do a forest or a caves area? Maybe it's not weapon-based, and maybe it's more a general flat number before weapon ATP. I was kind of laughing at the fact that you only need like 700 or so ATP to combo kill as a force in solo, which is obviously very different in multiplayer. But the fact that like if they do happen to get like crazy accuracy, they really can just mess up these enemies so badly. Yeah. No worries that there is. It's just something to think about. I don't need an immediate answer. But I've been kind of mulling it over. Like, if I should break it down into categories based off of rolls. So it's like accuracy for the most part. I thought it would be useful to kind of list it by, like, normal heavy special versus normal heavy heavy. So, like, obviously the ATP requirements are higher for normal heavy heavy. Thank you, Underlord, for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. That's what I've been kind of going back and forth on. I didn't mean to get slapped there, this sucked. Debuff, debuff. Doing well, Yonder Lord. So I was kind of laughing because I was talking about like on stream before I really started studying the numbers and trying to actually figure out the PSO versus like personal feel. Like I think Chad has heard me say on stream multiple times, I don't like to do any quests until I have 1000 ATP. And then I was kind of laughing because like in order to like normal heavy kill stuff in forest, you need 1000 ATP. And I was like, oh, I was like, you know what, this actually makes sense. I probably just did that and subconsciously made it very close other than number round, number easy kind of deals. But I did find it kind of funny looking at some of it. Like, you need a very shockingly low amount of ATP in solo mode, for example, to do well. I want to say offhand, it's like about 150 to 250 less ATP if you have Shifta than if you don't. Just because the base level of Shifta is strong enough that it makes a pretty big difference. So I think seeing that was kind of interesting comparing in the combo calculator. That like the same character would need like 1000 plus ATP to kill Vulcans on a single target. Or if you had Shifta, you needed like 810 or something like that. Where it's just like such a drastically different number. But then like the difference between Shifta 15 and Shifta 20 also was interestingly not as big as I thought it was going to be. Like, it was only a difference of like 20 to 30 versus like 50 or 60. But the difference between Shifta 30 and Shifta 15 is also kind of funny. So the fact that you only need like 650 or like 700 ATP to combo kill forest enemies in solo is kind of funny. Before debuffs. In fact, I didn't even factor in debuffs at all. With the intent being that, generally speaking, you don't want to debuff anything other than mini-bosses as you play solo. So I kind of went in with that mentality, and that's where some of those numbers are based off of. But I have a feeling I'll be fine-tuning it as we go through. So at least the recommendations kind of cover some of that. Because I feel like a lot of players, especially if they get boosted through TTF, my big worry is that like if I say like min-level like 90 to join an area, they're going to think that if I don't write something in addition to that, that I, as somebody that has been rushed with like a level 10 mag, am going to be able to easily do like a Terrell's Ego. And I'm here to like pop that bubble. I want to be real clear in my recommendations. I'm like, no. You need like 1000 plus ATP if you want to do this quest, or like 1055 or something like that is what you need to kill a hill belt, for example, without buffs. Where it's like, it's a really high number. Like, can you do it without it? Yes. Do I recommend doing it because it takes so long? No. And that's kind of like the caveat with like the guide in general, where like this is the minimum ATP I would do it at. If I can't combo kill with Vulcan, I don't think my character should be there. It's kind of my rule of thumb. And that applies to single player and multiplayer. Where it just means I'm just doing an area while under-leveled. Like, there's nothing wrong with going in an area that's slightly harder, but I feel like as you go in particular to... hard is not just HP, but hard is also raw accuracy to even hit enemies in the first place. That's where it starts to become a problem. So I want to make sure when I give those recommendations that I kind of hit those different totals. And I'm not sure if I want to include, like, a separate ATA for hitting everything, including mini-bosses. I don't know. I haven't hard committed on that portion, but I at least want to say most of these enemies, like your Gorons or whatever, I think you should be able to hit those more than 80% of the time with your combo, because you're going to be fighting so many of those relative to the mini-boss. So if you have to switch to like normal heavy on a mini-boss, it's not as impactful as you can't even normal heavy like 40% of the enemies there consistently. So maybe 80% is too low of a percent to recommend, maybe it's too high. For me personally, I've never liked going below 80, but technically you could get away with less. So some of those things are just what I've been thinking about while murdering endless enemies in a very hard mode. This is what I ponder, chat, when I'm just going on like a Grant's killing spree on Gertabulu. Hopefully your stream went well, Yonder Lord. Hopefully you've been enjoying the Halloween event as I wrap up my tangent. Welcome drops, nice. Or at least 3 more runs. And we might switch back to AO too, while it's still in RBR, because as I said before, it is actually fun. I think the cave portion is a bit more solid. Like there's only like 1 room or so where I have like any complaints. Otherwise it has like a good spread of like 3 or more waves per room. There's also boxes in said room, which is kind of like the icing on the cake, as it were. And I think from the standpoint of mines, I like the idea of it, but I don't feel like the number of waves justifies it very well. I would have preferred to see it with like 1 or 2 less rooms overall, if it meant cutting out a backtrack. Or like instead of the backtrack, if it just warped you to the other room and then those enemies were closer together, I also would have liked that, rather than walk out of the room. I'm not a big fan of like walking an entire length of a room and getting nothing. But between the teardrop room there, the backtrack, and the other rooms, I'm a little disappointed. And I think when I, review quests like Silent After Image 2, which is also kind of another unorthodox caves mines menagerie, I like that quest because even though there are spawns that are less than 3, they're also extremely fast to kill, and then it just kind of pumps them out. Which I think is also okay. If it pumps them out, we're not spread apart, that's okay. And I think that one too also makes good use of warps in mines to save some backtrack. I do feel kind of bad though that in terms of like quest variety, honestly, there are so many quests that cover caves and mines, and there are so few quests in other areas other than maybe CCA. It's actually kind of wild. Episode 1 in particular has like 8 mines quests that are custom. I feel like everywhere goes to mines. Your endless does, your random attacks do. Oh my gosh. Silent After Images, the anomalous ordeals, the many Scarlet Realms. Additional sweep up quests. There's so many that go there. So hopefully whenever we get more quests, we get them at least on the quality of RBR. Unfortunately, that means they also have the mine offensive of quests, but it is what it is. I will read that comment in just a moment. I am focusing on the item pickup. I got everything I need. So many armors. So question, as a ponderist, I believe it's very important to consider when discussing new player goals. How expensive gear do you allow yourself? How much PD budget do you allow in this guide? Depends on what guide we're talking about. We're talking about the quest guide. I would assume based off of difficulty, it depends on the quest. I literally write in, like, you don't really need certain items until you specifically go to places like Tower, etc. Because the quest guide covers basically everything. So if I write something like 0 star, right? That's assuming I don't need any gear, and as long as I have a mag, I could probably do it. So that's reserved for, like, your very hard mode quests, for example, for surface resets. But if you're trying to do, like, Lost Berserk Baton or Spirit Striker, which are, like, slightly harder, I start recommending a minimum ATP level. And again, it depends on the quest. Like, you could compensate stuff like demons in some of them. Actually, I should probably go back and sell some items. For a guide, do I think they've... I don't assume any PD totals. I don't know how to answer that question to you. It's one of those, I don't care how you get to that ATP total, you need this in order to clear. Whether you have, like, a level 200 mag to compensate or not is however you want to get there, is how you get there. I have a separate guide talking about, like, your first ever items I think you should pick up. And those cost under 15 to complete a set. But realistically, you only really need the mag and your weapons. So that would be mag cost plus PDs. I don't think you could clear Ultimate Forest with only 3 to 5 PDs a gear. You would have to at least have leveled your mag to be worth 6 PDs. Put it that way. Yeah. Only have a mech gun. Maybe? Honestly, you could probably clear most quests with just a mech gun. That's where I'm basing the ATA. Since there's kind of a... I have a non-charge Vulcan equivalency, and I have an ATP I need to kill. But it's like, at the same time, like, do I really want to figure out the minimum ATP to kill with the non-rare Disca? I don't think I do. Like, I don't think that would be a beneficial thing to calculate. I think that's kind of deviating from where the goal is. So, like, if we're talking about, like, my personal preference, if I was looking to run solo before I touched anything regarding a difficulty, if I can't combo kill it, I don't recommend grinding it. You could go to harder areas with a team, and that's a different recommendation than doing solo. Like, the raw ATP you need in order for, like, a raw cast to do well, because they don't have Shifta, that gear requirement is so much higher than just playing Ramar or Ramarl. If that makes sense. I mean, there's just inherently going to be classes that just do really well. Yeah, I was gonna say, ironically enough, Ramar at low levels is probably better suited with Heavenly Power. As weird as it is to think from that perspective. Maybe not as true in, like, multiplayer, but man oh man. You're just looking to combo kill something with cheapo gear? Your Shifta already does so much work. I think I calculated you should be at around what is it, about 400 ATP base at level 80 for Ramar, roughly. And it's like if you factor in a mag, that puts you at about 700, and you're already almost there. Like, just if you have like 150 power mag kind of thing, then you are set. You can basically solo most of Forest. That's without touching materials or anything else. Let's go back into voice stacks. Build these enemies. Yeah, the quest guide is more like, what quests do I recommend running on stream, and like what is their relative difficulty? Like what kind of quality gear would I expect? It's not like a... It's not meant to be like a, this is your first time ever on a character. This is a, I have no idea what to run. What are options potentially if I'm fresh versus I actually have a properly leveled mag? But it goes way beyond that, because it covers tower quests, which is like, there's no way. there's no way you could do those without having like really high ATA, basically maxed out level and stuff like that. Depending on the quest, of course. Yeah, no level 140 max in tower, please. Yeah, the intent is that if we've gone through, if you haven't seen the quest guide, the intent is to kind of mark every quest with tags. So like, I'll give an example. So like episode 4, I put the Divine tag, because if you're playing Ranger, it's really fun and fast to do it with Pew Pew Laser, and the minimum gear you need is like Pew Pew Laser and ATA to wield it, right? But like if you don't have it, it's not really fun or worth doing as Ranger. So it's like, it kind of depends. Or I'll talk about, like, there's just a certain cutoff point in the difficulties where you could get away with, like, low-end Demon and low-end Hell, but eventually there's going to come a point when you're in, like, a serious quest that requires serious endgame gear to clear quickly. You know, potentially they're over the top, like, Twilight Sanctuary, or, oh, Tiva's just getting murdered out here. It's hard to focus. Or, kind of even just clearing CCA or harder areas like that. Like, I don't recommend doing those without the higher end weapons. So it's like, even if you could Hell Ray Gun all the apes or whatever down, it's not worth your time. So like, the quest guide states that. Like, there's just a difficulty level where I'm like, I would not even consider running these without ES. And there's honestly no reason to skip them at this point. Like, you could get away with, like, Desert using Slicer Fanatic on Girdaboulu, for example. I just don't think you should be doing a lot of Episode 2 without it. And that's where I'm kind of making those distinctions in the guide, or at least improving the clarity of language used within. So, like, I think pretty much once it hits, I think, difficulty 6. I think offhand was where I was putting the cutoff. Nice. Photon crystals. Because the intent is that there really are quests that are just kind of meant for endgame players only, and the value you get from them is kind of limited. Or stuff like, you don't need crazy endgame gear if all you're doing is like really mindless resets. Is also kind of another way to put it. Like, the gear requirement to do... What was that awful tower quest called? It doesn't narrow it down. They have some pretty bad ones. There is a gimmick quest where you are debuffed whenever you enter it, right? That quest, in theory, is difficult. if you just clear the first floor of that quest, it's actually kind of nice for Ilgil. Or if you do like Phantasmal World 4, for example. No, it's Phantasmal World 4 is the other one. It might be Gal Darkness, thank you. Where it's like one of those ones where if you're looking to do them as resets, I don't think you need like that high-end gear. But if you're like, oh, I'm seriously gonna clear a Phantasmal World 3 or 4, I'm like, you better have some good gear. Like, please. Please don't attempt this quest without this gear. So I don't know if I should be more explicit, in fact, in my guide. If I should say, like, if I should literally put an ES tag. I put it in the difficulty rating, but I could make it more clear. Say bring ES. Because technically, the solution is to bring ES to every quest. But there is a certain point where I just don't see the quest worth running unless your team has ES weapons. It's kind of like if you're running Massive Attack 2B. Is it a hard quest in very hard mode for you to clear an ATP? No. Is it worth running if you're doing ATP? Probably not. Meanwhile, you have this level 40 Ramar running around going TD and health gunning everything. Yeah. So that's where I put stuff like, you know, freeze is recommended, or you have paralysis, or you have divine if you're doing the pew pew lasers and stuff like that. So like the more of those kind of tags I can put on a quest, I think the better I can try to inform people that have never run them before. Like I just want to make sure that they're not getting in over their head, as it were. So if you think there's ways I can add more clarity to those points, because that's my end goal, that's also fine. But the intent is definitely to be like, certain quests are ES only. I don't think you need ES in other scenarios. I kind of have in like the demon tag, for example, like example of low-end demon and high-end demon, and similarly, I think I have it for hell as well. So it's like, it's good to be able to list those options for players that just genuinely don't know. Like if I say bring hell, what that potentially entails. So maybe I'll put an ES tag now that I'm talking. I think I'm talking myself into it. Because there's also quests that I don't consider like quote-unquote difficult, but I'd bring in ES. Yeah, should probably make a tag for it. You have to consider HP, equip a 600 with X Scout. Oh, no. That's where I'm talking base ATP. Yeah, I don't want to talk with weapon ATP. That's confusing for a whole bunch of reasons. Mostly because, like, the weapon range on the wiki does not match the weapon damage type when you hold it in-game, which also doesn't match the damage type when you use Shipna. So, like, there's so many layers of confusion there, I only talk base ATP. So your ATP plus units, or whatever goes to that total, that's all I'm talking about there. Yeah, I agree. But that's also why I say, like, from that standpoint, if I can't kill with Vulcans, I shouldn't be there. I mean, I could kill with some other high-end weapons like Galatine or like X-Cal. Do I want to assume that that's what they have to clear? Probably not. But I think it's safe to say Vulcan is a pretty universal weapon type. Or if you don't have charged Vulcans and you normal heavy down, because you're just looking to support clear, what kind of stat line do you need? So I think eventually I'll expand it to like multiplayer totals, so I might end up using more cheat to compare multiplayer dodge compared to single player, because there is a difference there. So I think the more informative I could be there, the better I think the guide will end up being. Right now I write it from a solo perspective, since a lot of those initial numbers came from my absolute suffering as a Ramar. So like, I already kind of roughly knew where the totals were, and then I just kind of fact-checked myself as we went through. Where I'm like, yeah, I think I didn't need max ATA, but I needed this. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I don't know if it's like overkill to do like heavy special, for example. That might be overkill for new players. Like, I don't think veteran players are gonna walk in with max ATA. I don't know what to tell you. I don't think it's gonna be useful to them. They'd be like, why wouldn't you be running max ATA? And I'm like, that's why I'm saying this is more like a minimum ATA requirement. It's like, veteran players are gonna be running triple heavenly arms, 50 hit weapons. max mag, blah blah blah. But this is more from if I was bringing in a semi-fresh character, what numbers am I looking to hit kind of category. I'm not gonna say like fresh player, but definitely like a fresh character. So I'm like, okay, you know, if I don't have enough accuracy from Charged Vulcan, how much would I need to compensate if I was using like a 30 hit Vulcan or a 40 hit Vulcan? What's like the total I'm looking to hit? So, stuff of that nature. So I kind of work backwards, at least from the standpoint of the Vulcan, to get an understanding of where the accuracy should be. He's here. So I think I'll update it slightly, just in terms of just, I guess, clarity for some of the breakpoints. So I think I gotta do one more set of conversions, and then I'll be happy with it. Yeah, I like started forming a chart in the back of the guide, and I'm like, okay, I just need to know where the breakpoints are for this weapon, and then I can work backwards from there, what the recommendations would be. So I can give the totals without having the weapon ATA considered. There we go. That's getting some nice levels as we have a conversation. But honestly, I think I talked about in like one of my like poverty guides, one of the first weapons I recommend for new players is Charged Vulcans. I don't think that's a bad assumption, honestly, for new players. You have a Vulcan equivalency, whether it's a Vice or something else. I would have to double check in the Rags to Riches guide if I recommended mag higher than certain things. I do think having the raw stats is incredibly important. Both from like a weapon equip standpoint and just also making sure you can combo kill. Go back to stacking. But honestly, like, in terms of, like, kind of going on that topic for a bit more, I would say if you have roughly 15 PDs, you can probably end up going to nearly every area in the game, except for probably Tower and CCA. Because you just have so many raw stats that you could just kind of join a party and just ATP beat down everything. Now, it might be more beneficial for, like, Ranger to opt into like Striker unit, for example, but honestly, mag plus one set of 99 power materials will kind of cover you through most episode 1, and you spend your remaining 4 or 5 PDs towards weapon coverage. I don't think that advice has changed very much over time. The 50 hit charge Vulcan OP. I think there's a reason it's one of the best in the game. Honestly, I should probably rewatch my Rags to Riches again. Kind of go back into that old mindset and think about if the quest guide needs any updates based off of those comments. It's been quite some time since we recorded that. think that's where I was also going a lot of back and forth because I don't think you need like a lot of gear to do well in very hard mode as a force. But as like a ranger, it's going to be much harder even in very hard mode to clear comparatively. So I know I rewrote that section like 4 or 5 times just this week alone, where I'm like, I don't like that advice, or oh, I don't think this difficulty applies, or oh, I don't think this covers the gap. So I was honestly thinking of making a separate star rating just for very hard mode specifically for a long time. But I might just go back and fix it to do like, for forces it's a 0, for everybody else it's like a 1 or a 2. Because honestly, like, it is quite annoying to clear those runs efficiently without having certain weapon types. Not that it's hard, it's just not fast. So I know for a while I was toying around with the idea of like difficulty to clear versus efficiency, like difficulty to run it efficiently. So that's still a work in progress. That's why we haven't done a very hard mode guide, but that's okay. So we're going to talk about that, I think, after Halloween anyway. I have some time to think about it and touch it up. The other players. See your rest at 30, I want the item though. Yeah, I genuinely think, like, with just... Honestly, with just a mag alone as a force and Fire Scepter Agni, you could probably do all the very hard mode quests. I don't think you need anything else. And even if you don't have that mag, you'll probably end up with enough mine materials after a couple of runs anyway to compensate for a partially leveled mag. I don't think you need like a lot of raw stats to be useful in very hard mode. Where I feel like in Forest, there is a big wall of defense that's pretty hard to initially overcome unless your mag is either all the way leveled or you're using a very optimized build. So that's where it's always been a little tricky for recommendations. Like, I don't think it's hard for, like, you or I, as people that have created, like, 5 million characters potentially, to go clear Forest's level 80 characters. Because of the fact that we have access to 140 power materials, we have a full mag, we have 3 heavenly arms, we have V101s, if not heavenly battles. You know, all these crazy guns, coming in with Varans, coming in with ES. So, like, our gear requirements will go down astronomically, and or we hit them hilariously faster without the level requirements. That's where it's been kind of a interesting juggle of recommendations. But I think ideally my goal is I want to make sure the guide reads like, you should be playing very hard mode for at least 5 or 10 levels above level 80. If you have good gear, you could go earlier. So technically there's still like a minimum level. I don't recommend doing like a Drell's Ego at level 80 unless you are like kitted out of your mind. Otherwise, I think most people would be looking to kind of touch that quest closer to like 95 to run consistently. Like, you'd probably run something like Lost Teeth Sword for levels on solo over Terrell's, for example, because it's easier. So it's one of those ones where it's kind of navigating a fine line of recommendations. So I have to think about it whenever I'm putting a difficulty score and seeing if it matches up with intent or expressed intent in some of those. And that's why I rate that quest like a 2-star difficulty instead of 1-star. Just because it is very difficult for new players to survive or deal with like groups of 5-6 hill belts. Whereas like killing like 5 Bartles is like, okay. I mean, as long as you aren't literally using a basic mag, probably do fine with basic Shifto. It's one of those ones where I have to think about it. That's what makes the quest guide difficult. I'm sure there will be dozens of revisions to go through. This chat points out things I've forgotten, stuff like that. So I think at some point we'll kind of have like a practice run to go through it, talk about it. We've already talked about things like Value City at length, so I think I have enough at least to talk about very hard mode. Yeah. I could eventually... Oh no, Bag Blast. I could eventually expand it to cover some multiplayer recommendations, but I think from like a stat perspective, it's too hard for me to do multiplayer, because honestly it's like, okay, well, what level of the lore would an average player come out of very hard mode with? Okay, well, what's the minimum shifter level? Okay, well, what if it's too much for me? I'd rather just be like, okay, you're solo Romar, and you're like, man, I need to do Frozen Shooter. Can I do this run? I check a list and go, darn, I'm like 30 accuracy lower than I should be because I've been neglecting my mag. I know I shouldn't do this, but I can compensate it by leveling. I want people to have that kind of takeaway with it, where like you can ignore the minimum requirements in groups, but I think in solo play, it's like, if you do not have at least 800 ATP as a shifter user, you're probably going to have trouble clearing in any reasonable amount of time. So that's kind of where I've been tackling it. But I'm definitely very curious what people would come up with for their recommendations. I mean, for me, as I said before, I think 1,000 is just the safest guideline I can give. But if we're going into the area per area, what is the actual minimum? It could be a bit lower in single player. I gotta go back and pick those techniques up. Yeah, because like defense and evasion totals are different in multiplayer. We'll see. Oh, thank you for the Boeing. So it feels like I'm playing like fifth dimensional chess with myself sometimes with this guide, because I'm like, okay, if I do this, what does this imply now to every other quest? Does this fall in line with what I'm looking to talk about? So I might give a more detailed breakdown for very hard mode specifically, because there are so few quests I would recommend on very hard mode. RIP CCC, by the way, RIP CCC. So I think from the standpoint, you know, we'll talk about things like Value City, and why you might run A versus B versus C. I don't think a lot of players know. Yeah, Rift Temple. I don't think a lot of players know when to potentially run those. And even then, I'm probably still making assumptions, so I'd rather chat just be like, well, what about this? And kind of like poke holes at it kind of thing, before we go into like a formal guide. Like, for example, I view A, Raider Interior resets, the easiest of the runs, and probably the easiest for new players to do, because of low numbers of zoos, incredibly low numbers of Dorphons, and still pretty low numbers of Astark. I like running B if we're potentially doing stuff like Yellow Boss, because there's a high Astark and zoo count, but those enemies are kind of nightmares to new players. So if I'm doing like a Yellow ID run, or using Yellow ID solo, I would recommend it. If I was like really over leveled, then I do C, for example. I'd recommend Restless Around runs to get 50 hit weapon with 50 attributes, exactly. I think we talk about that in the poverty guide, I don't recall. Maybe, or is this, or it could be the other guide that I talked about it. But yes, it's one of those things where like the more I mention it, the better it probably is. I could probably still mention it in the quest guide in terms of useful quests to run. I think Restless Lion has a small description currently in the quest guide talking about it. I don't know if I talk about the attributes specifically, but that's a good point. I should update the quest guide for that. There we go. We're spurring improvements for new players. I'm like, I think I've talked about it in other guides, but the quest guide I think might have like a single sentence note. I'll probably spruce it up a little. But it's one of those ones where it's like, would I run it on very hard mode? Probably not. Would I run it on ultimate? Definitely. So I think the very hard mode list is kind of going to be the sample run, or the practice run to do ultimate, because there are so many quests I would play in ultimate versus like very hard mode. I could probably name all the quests offhand without looking at the list. It would be Lost Spirit Striker, Lost Berserk Baton, Massive Attacks A, B, and C, Beyond the Horizon, Massive Attack 2B, no longer CCC. I think that covers basically everything. Although, with chat kind of introducing the idea of the labyrinth for multi-client, I might have to reassess a couple of quests. But honestly, there's really not too many I would recommend in very hard mode as like a level 80 character. And I think that's the lens I was using to kind of talk about the quests. Like, these are quests I would run on stream right now. And what level characters would I run those at? This is roughly where I do it. Some of it might not be as number driven as it should be, and I'm looking to kind of fix that up over the next couple of weeks. But ideally, we're going to get to a point where we feel comfortable with it. So yeah, we're going to do at least one more cookie quest. That way the chat's at least decent level. Kind of hoping we see more limiters for the group here, but we'll see. Yeah, like I labeled a couple of quests specifically as like XP, for example. Because I think there are quests that are like not difficult that people do use to like grind out insane XP per minute. Or per second, I mean. I think I said per minute on my other video as well. Oops, if I did that. But it's one of those things that hopefully we can come across some nice quest lists. Like I touched up last night, for example, in Ultimate. I'd like the Random Attack Episode 2 for pink ID value. I have to reassess if that's worth running on other IDs. Like, we had a lot of fun with Random Attack Episode 2. Like, that quest was actually genuinely fun. Where it's one of those ones where if you go to Jungle, you get value. If you go to Spaceship, I think it has the right enemies for pink to still have value, which is a weird sentence, because that's normally not true. And then it also goes to Ogaflow, which, spoilers, also get something with pink ID. So it's just one of those ones where you're like, oh, this quest is kind of a nice little pink ID specific quest. For all those people that say pink ID is useless from the classic PSO days, I'm like, that quest is actually really fun. If you're looking to do something with pink ID there. It's another low tune quest. You think the random attack is low tune? I don't think the random attack is low tuned. It's like that quest is. Oh, you're thinking of max attack, yeah, maybe. Yeah, 2B is kind of fun. Even in Ultimate, that's still worth doing. Like you do that for like Morphos and stuff like that. Yeah, the random attack on Ultimate is kind of sick. That's an example of just how many enemies you can cram in a temple room. If you're looking at realistic max enemy counts in an area. And I think it's fine. I think you just have to kind of tell yourself, like, what do you envision the intent of the quest to be? And so, you know, I've kind of played around. Ooh, another cookie. Wow, nice. We've been kind of playing around with it from the standpoint of there's another room and it's 500 lilies and nothing else, you know, something like that. Where a lot of these quests I just don't feel have purpose, like either from a value perspective or XP perspective. So it's kind of like there are no drops in Beyond the Horizon, but you can still run it for XP kind of deals. But I wouldn't run like a Simulator 2.0. Even if it is allegedly one of the best ways to get Chaos Springer, no. Oh, I got excited. I saw Guardiana, then I saw its stats. Excitement over. Excitement has been terminated. For Guardiana. Also, for a moment, with the white letters, I thought it said 50. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was like, wow, 50 hit Guardiana? Wild. I'm like, no, just zero. Zeros. Not as exciting. So, yeah. I think that's kind of the best way for me to frame it. You know, I like to view it as this is the stream quest guide. I'd like to point out where value is. I don't know if I can necessarily answer, like, this is the most value per second you're ever going to get because it's so subjective with trading and everything else. And Forge quests make it complicated. And there's a lot more to weigh than just, like, its inherent value. Like, even stuff like cookies have been, like, fluctuating in price lately. Like, I wouldn't want to tie it down to that kind of stuff. But if I could say, generally speaking, like, Blue ID has, like, 7 amazing hunts, or, you know, this is where you would go to fight, get stuff for lame to Argent, I think that will stand the test of time a bit more. And of course, there's always going to potentially be a drop chart change, but at least for the most part, it sounds like they don't want to do anymore if they can avoid it. So we might have some list stability. I haven't needed to update for drops recently. I think most of that was completed at least. So I don't know if I'll, in the event that we have a massive drop chart change, if I just archive the old version in a different tab. Remember the good old days when we did CCC? Like I technically had to retire a quest on the quest list already before it even came out. So whenever we decide to talk about very hard mode in Ultimate, we'll have a small moment of silence for CCC, where I talk about it being a useful Jaya run. Like, I'm not gonna delete it, but I'm gonna move it to a different section. Rest in peace, CCC. Yeah, and I was kind of thinking what Detherius mentioned in terms of, like, level ranges. Like, usually I prefer Ruins kind of on the upper end, like, closer to 140. But, like, Mines, I'm like 110, 115, 120. Maybe 120, like minimum level. Kind of playing around with different numbers, seeing if they made sense, comparing against the stats. All kind of subjective. I think you do need a certain minimum level just to hit the ATP requirements. That's where I'm like trying to figure out if there's like an actual numeric value. Like it's like this is your mid level. I don't think it'll go as deep as that. You might just realize it by just looking at it that you're like, oh, I'm Hugh Numeral, with shift to 20. I need more ATP to hit my numbers. Triple trap. Buffs here. Stacking. So yeah, so I think it'll go through a few iterations before I feel comfortable with the recommendations. That's why I haven't been like, hey, everybody check the numbers, because I'm still like playing around with combo calculator, just feeling where it roughly should be, what kind of ATP you need to kill with a Vulcan with normal heavy versus normal special. Is that a realistic expectation? I mean, I do think people should just be using Vulcans for the most part. Like how overly complex do I want to make the guide? Where it's like, oh, you need this much base ATP with shotgun versus I'm like, I'll think about it. Cracks 130, Crimson's almost 130 as well. Lots of level ups to be had. Got Chips with the Clips now able to wear red ring if they so desire. They have one. Get out of here. Oh, be here. Poor enemy. Sadly, no. Crazy drop. So we'll do one more cookie quest. We can humor retract for a Terrell's Ego run. And we can do for AO2 while it's still in rotation. materials. Gotta transfer later. Thank you for the good luck parameter. Yeah, I figured before we do AO2, if we wanted to just level these characters more, this kind of made sense. Just makes the run easy. So I also think the level requirement is going to be different multiplayer versus single player. But honestly, I was going through a lot of back and forth if it would actually potentially lower the difficulty in some areas versus outright raise it. There's a lot of assumptions I have to kind of challenge as I go through recommendations in the guide. The multiplayer discussion for me is still a little wild off. I'd probably leave the rest behind. I don't need this. I do genuinely think if somebody just ran like 15-20 hours of very hard mode, they'd probably have enough power materials to max a character, and they would also probably have enough raw levels to deal with. Probably up to ruins. Like, I don't think the ATP I don't think the ATP requirement is very high for like the difference between forests and caves. There is a pretty noticeable jump between like mines and ruins, for example. That's one of those things where I'm like, I should probably make sure the minimum level reflects that kind of jump. Just because suddenly you need closer to like 1,100 or more ATP, if not outright 1,400 for ruins. No, without any buffs in single player, versus like you need 1,000 in forest versus you need 1,075 or something for caves. Their defenses are pretty similar, with mines being closer to caves than ruins, but further from caves than forests and caves are. Kind of a tricky path. We appreciate the tricky path. Should be the last run, I think. Unless I miscounted. If I couldn't count. Okay, we're good. It'll get most of the players up to 130 or so. There we go. Final desert run. That has generously donated a cookie towards the cookie burning. But we're still at a pretty surprisingly high cookie total. I know Promethean restocked us, I'm gonna say 55 cookies, but we still technically haven't burned through the original stock yet. Thanks to chat chipping in every now and then getting 11 or 12 cookies at this point off stream. Very hard mode was really good to us. I don't recall if I talked about this on the previous stream, but honestly, we were doing some very hard mode runs, and I think no less than, as of today, 7 players that have played with me have gotten a cookie in an hour. So between all of us, we've gotten a ridiculous number. Still broken even despite the 10 or so I donated, that's good. So I'm ready to keep going, no worries. Well, if you're around tomorrow, Retract, I probably will just opt not to start another game Saturday, Sunday. So I expect a lot of cookie runs on Sunday. Saturday, I think I have an event, so I have to go. Saturday would be morning, and then maybe a short stream in the evening. Sunday might be kitchen almost all day. Like, it might start at 9 and end at like 6 or something. I just need food in between. I feel like that should give people a big opportunity to burn cookies and have fun. But I figure while we're here, we at least do some things. Debuffs going. I was kind of laughing because somebody wrote a comment about selling cookies for Value City. For like to fund their Value City runs to get more cookies, and I was like, yeah. But then I wrote in like a comment to them. I was like, so let me explain Value City to all the people on YouTube, because they haven't gotten to Value City yet, by the way, chat. I'm so far behind on YouTube. I missed like 3 days of uploads, but there were honestly so many videos we did for anniversary. Like, we did a ridiculous number. I think one day there was like 4 or 5 videos worth recorded. So even if I do a video a day, it still takes forever to catch up. Anyway, tangent. But yeah, I decided to explain on YouTube Value City for the first time. Technically, YouTube is now, if they read the comments, aware of Value City. Man, it's so good though. That's why I'm probably going to interrupt some of the uploads to talk about some of the quests in very hard mode, because there's not many of them. I could probably keep it to an hour or less in terms of video. I mean, even if I go over each drop, I don't think I'm going to need more than 2 minutes. And honestly, the only reason the other video went on for a while is it only took me 15 minutes to make a recommendation, but I did go through the other Halloween quests and why I didn't select them. So I think that helps people make a decision on whether or not they agree with the summary. So I kind of like that format where I keep a very short explanation at the beginning and then go into the reasonings later. Welcome, Gimmicks14. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the follow. Got knocked down before I could gel in for it. Yeah, Value City has just been... We'll get Retract's Ignition Cloak eventually that way. All we gotta do is just run enough runs to unseal something, someone will get one. Which technically happened. I did finally unseal something, and somebody got in an Ignition Cloak on the same day, so... Statistically, it seems to be true. You've yet to not hit the statistic of 1 unseal equals 1 ignition cloak. And I don't mean lame, I mean limit or unseal. Yeah, I've been sticking more to full massive attack runs, so I haven't seen as many rappies as when I was doing the insane resets. Which are good. They're really good for rappies and really good for value. But I think I'm more willing to just kind of ride out the quests a little bit. Which, arguably, I'm getting less value, but it's easier for me to play that quest while watching shows. To run it to the end rather than do rapid resets. I guess your level of attention span and active commitment to the quest also change how you're going to play Value City. Nice, we got retracted to 131, Crmzntears at 130. Should help a lot with combo kills as we go to episode 1 in particular. Also debuff you. I think I was looking at the HughCast, for example, and HughCast doesn't even need to complete their mag to hit, like, the ATP to combo kill. HughCast lives a privileged life, John. It's a small tangent on the other topic. It's just like, man, you're playing these other characters, you're like, oh, I only need, like, 700 ATP as a ranger with shift to 20, and then you're like, oh no, I have, like, 280 ATP at this level. Like, wait a minute. Wait, that's a little lower than, like, HughCast 600. Uh-oh. Right, chat? Uh-oh. So, it's found it kind of funny. What a HughCast. Yeah, the Ralmar and Ralmarl are pretty close at level 80 in terms of ATP. The big difference, obviously, is Ralmarl can buff. She doesn't instantly explode, and she can combo kill easier with Zalor. even if she has like a 30, 40 point ATP deficit, it doesn't really matter with support. Grabbing some items as I go through, don't mind me. Yeah, and as much as I enjoy playing as Rockaseel, her early levels are so painful. She legit cannot combo kill anything. Got that sub 1000 ATP at level 110, that's painful. We'll get there eventually, though. Contemplating what the gear recommendation would be based on what we said earlier. I don't want to say just ES weapon. That'd be like a gear quality thing. I'm gonna create another category or make it a tag. That's what I'm thinking about at the moment. Do I say like low, medium, high? High being ES weapons, of course, 50 hit plus. Because I think you need like a very different weapon set and skill for some of the high areas. Think about it. God has given me things to contemplate. That's a photon drop. Is anybody here purple ID? I would prefer them to host if we're gonna do one round of Terrells before we go back to AO. I prefer not to swap into Waluigi for one run and swap them back. You're purple? Nice. Okay, we'll have you host a quick Terrells then we'll go back to AO. Yep. Good, I would ask. Wise Chan has to watch me awkwardly fumble between characters. There we go. I got 2 sets of things I can sell. Put that up in a moment. Thank you for the thought. I think chat has almost maxed my share bank with the gifted techniques, so thank you again, chat, for helping meet the other accounts. Just want you to know we're working our way through. Oh no, Guardiana 30 hit. Oh, that's so disappointing. I think it might be usable solo on like Forest. I'm actually thinking about this. I have to check the base accuracy of the weapon. Like, I imagine it would have more accuracy than a Vulcan, but by how much, I don't know. Yeah, it's one of those ones where I think that's good enough for solo, but it would be useless in most areas in multi. Because you don't need like a huge amount of accuracy to and normal heavy special, for example, in Forest solo. So, like, maybe? I know Fomar with 1000 ATP can definitely combo kill everything there with normal heavy special, including Kill Dill. Iska shifted 30 OP. So weirdly, that could be fun to show off at some point. Doing it on Anguish. Sure, why not? It's just Terrell's. Honestly, Terrell's Ego is probably also one of those quests you could arguably still run it on Anguish too. And it'd be like, oh, we're just doing hard. What's my accuracy tolerance? Normally 80%. I don't like to be lower than that. Preferably, I go for the high end of 100% hit if I'm rerunning an area. If one enemy is like 95 or 98, it's not a big deal. That's why I said before I usually exclude certain mini-bosses from that calculation. So let me switch out. The way I also kind of view it, and why I think it should be 80%, is because if you're playing QCast in challenge mode, his accuracy is normally 80% off of getting his needed combo kill before getting like the super weapon. So I think that number is just kind of stuck with me since challenge mode. I think for a while on stream it used to be 75%, but I think I tuned it up to 80 last year. That was partially due to challenge mode maps. Static thing. I think you could realistically normal heavy at, I think it's like 1005 base ATP with charge Vulcan, not even using the charge part, and do just fine solo. But if you want to do like a very enemy dense quest, then you know, more ATP is recommended. Yeah, the way I kind of view it is that a lot of the times you're kind of 50-50ing things anyway. So you don't really want to do another kind of 50-50 on stuff like demons. You need to make sure that they can land consistently. So I'll go for the upper end of accuracy there. So if I can't land 100% normal, for example, I usually have a bad time, of course. Did I solo this room still in Anguish one? Well, I'm gonna find out. Ooh, lots of cold elves. That was so sick. I was doing the side-to-side dodge. Get out of here. Seems okay. I love how many enemies there are, though. I'm getting hard bullied. Leave me alone. Track. Ouch. Ready for track to die. Oh. Bonus room. I'm gonna go revive Retract, so that way Retract's not waiting, but I'm gonna come back to that room. There you go. Yeah, you gotta respect the punch. I'm gonna go back in. Yeah, look at that. Red handgun, Lava's cannon, Heavenly Arms. What a privileged ID here. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to fix the enemy reader a little so we don't have to go through all that BS. Okay, that's a little better. Sadly, I have to go up there at the end since I see there's a mine material ID. I'm gonna go back and pick up that Ravarda. Oh. Cat was not full clearing, I see. I'm probably dead then. It's like, wait a minute. Guys didn't do the red handgun or lava's cannon checks. Rip. Ultra dead. And chat bailed me out there. I mean, on the plus side, more moths spawn, but anyway, let's go grab that Rebarda. There we go, Rebarda acquired. Poor Moth Fist. Lots of materials I gotta jump on. Speaking of which, thanks, Rappy. I guess if I just want to build up a lot of mine materials, I guess because of how Forest is, I should just get like a crazy stupid amount of mine materials here. Because episode 1 tends to focus 2 types of materials. Usually it doesn't do power and mine at the same time. So like on Forest 1 it'll drop power, I think, and then Forest 2 I think drops mine. Whereas like episode 4 it evenly distributes across the different areas. Above. There we go. Buff's going. Yeah, this kind of room I can stun lock easily, even in Anguish. Walking into the other room blind, I was like, oh no, I've made a terrible mistake. So where are the other materials? Are they on the other side? Oh, they are. So wish me luck, chat. I'm gonna go awaken the beast. I'm going to choose not to activate them right away. There we go. Keep up, John. Should work if I stand over here. I don't think they know how to reach this. I don't think they do. Oh, one got through. The others are kind of in a loop. It's fine. We could live with loops, right, chat? That's fine. They want to get stuck there, that's their fault. It's fine. I'm gonna go to the other room because there were quite a number of HP materials I should probably pick up. We'll let chat continue the other way. I was gonna say, I think Anguish 1 Terrell's Ego is gonna take like 9 minutes. Normally it takes like 5.5. Maybe less, depending on the team quality. I'm gonna go play peekaboo up there real quick. I don't even want to kill the boss, I'm mostly just, or I want to kill the boss, but not the nest. Maybe pop a few here. Perfect. Yes, spawn more cookie spawns, yes! Ah yes, you're truly punishing me by giving me more chances of what I want. Truly a well thought out strategy. You bested me to stay, Mothbird. Oh, what's that? You spawned out another set of moths? I just think, chat, every single one of those is a cookie chance. So I spawned, like, what, another 20 enemies there? It's so stupid. That should be illegal. If you want to nerf Forest, make it so Mothbirds can't drop him at items. We legitimately just had like 25 extra checks more than whatever the enemy count normally is. Lots of materials this run. Probably on par with clearing like 2 runs of very hard mode. I might as well kill these hill delts because I got nothing better to do. Otherwise, I think chat's just clearing up final wave. Kill those. I'm gonna go grab my mine material, and then I'm gonna go back. They're still fighting. Oh, technically we are playing purple ID. You know what, chat? Let's go full meme. Why don't we just kill Dragon and check for No Lily? Vanquish 2. I don't normally do this check, but if we're only going to do one of fun of, might as well go there. I'll take somebody's warp on the way back. I want the HP material. Wasn't sure what room it dropped in until just now. One of fun of time. Alright, chat, full meme. Are you ready for Anguish 2 Dragon? That's about as much health as Overflow does, I think. 25,000. Still gets absolutely wrecked by Chav. When we kill this, the XP per second should be off the charts, by the way. We're already still at 200 XP a second, but when this thing specifically dies, XP is going to jump by like 30 or 40 a second. It's going to be so stupid. Oh, chat actually got the instant kill damage. That would have worked if it was an Anguish 2. Wow, it still died instantly. Damn, chat. Some things are just always free. Not even Anguish 2 Dragon can put up a fight. Actually just got murdered. Yeah, see that? We went up to 240 XP a second on my screen. That was nearly a 50-point jump, by the way. Just, you know, casual another 50 XP a second. Alright, time to check the meme lilies. Oh, I don't see him so far. I will definitely disagree with you that Vulcans are considered endgame. They're probably one of the quickest pickups ever if you're trading, and they're also one of the most common drops if you're playing through the game normally. They're one of the few items I would expect a player to have, the other one being Jaya at some point playing through. Game in the sense of using them to feel good, low AT and low ATP will both be hitting wrong for 30. Right, so that's why my ATP requirements are what you need to combo kill them. So my answer is yes, and that's why I'm saying that's where my requirements are coming from. So yes, that's why you don't go into forest below like 800 ATP. That's why I was also saying it's hard to say like if you want to clear with like an arms, your bare minimum ATP to clear is so high compared to a Vulcan. It's like not even in the same world ATP to combo kill. Like it's possible once you start doing heavy special. That requires such a high accuracy that most players would not be able to hit that realistically. And that's also why I say the rocket seal feels terrible. So, like, your point is correct, and that's why I say to actually legitimately bring demons with her. It's like, I'm like, yes. Yeah, I think you're kind of overselling how high you need the ATA to be with Vulcans. I mean, in single player, you barely need like 210 total to normal heavy special to combo kill. And that's with sub 1000 ATP. Which is, I don't consider that remotely close to endgame. Okay, we'll cancel quests. Sadly, no meme lilies there. So sadly, actually, I do need to swap characters regardless. I got greedy with that level up. Yeah, because I mean, like, if you include weapon ATP, then you only need like 800 ATP, because you just use Excalibur. You see what I mean? That's where I don't think weapon ATP is helpful. Because then you could combo kill everything at 800 ATP with Excalibur. Go this way. There's another Zingy res. I think we could switch over to AO though. I think we're good. We got our meme running. If you include weapon APT, to include Excalibur baseline, you'd be looking at 1700. There's a difference between base ATP and total ATP. Your total ATP still does not need to be 1700. You could kill with sub 1000 ATP. It just depends on the weapon type you're using. That's why I don't think it makes a difference. Like, I get your argument, but I want you to take it forward and realize if you want to base it off of weapon ATP, you'd have to do it for every category, and that's not a realistic expectation to go through an account. And also, the problem too, as I said before, is like, your total ATP doesn't mean the same thing across different weapon types. So like, if you're trying to tell a player they need to hit 1000 after weapon, is that like 1000 with a shotgun, 1000 with like Vulcan? Whereas like base ATP ignores that. Like, this is what I need to combo kill with one of the better weapon types, and you're just gonna have to settle with less damage. If you want to kill faster, you use a Baran's over a charge arm. Ooh, another blue barrier. See, I want you to take that exact statement and go, what happens to any weapon that multi-hits? Because now 1000 ATP is not the same. 1000 ATP on Rambling May is not the same as damage with the rifle. 1000 ATP with Vulcans is not the same as shotgun. And the other thing too, as I said before, weapons have range. So even if it looks like it has a good like value range, it might not actually be good for what you need there. Multi-hits, I need different categories, maybe? I feel like if you're trying to hit with single target hits, though, the only thing I would even bother factoring in would be charge arm versus Baran. I don't think it's worth going into the do you have laser, do you have all these other subtypes. Like, you can have absolutely abysmal Vulcans and do just fine if your accuracy compensates. The way defense works, your total ATP is what you need to consider. Yes and no. Yeah, I would hope most players are not attempting to single target lasers though. Because it gets complicated when you think about like, do I really want to have a slicer category versus, like, a gun or whatever, versus, like, if all you're looking to do is mow down easy enemies, you don't need to cover, like, daggers, birds generally. Okay, so then let me flip it then. What would your recommended total weapon ATP be then? Because like, there has to be a point where you recommend people to go into forest, right? I mean, it's not the first time that you probably have helped people go into forest. Like, what number do you tell them to look at? What gear are you saying that they should bring in? Fluid's also kind of low, but a little better. Got these. Yeah, like the only thing I think I would probably split might be single target versus Vulcan damage. That would be the best that I would do. I'll give an example where it gets confusing and even I don't know what those numbers would be, and I would have to really sit there and review based off the combo calculator. Like, what does it say your shifted total number is in PSO? Like, your weapon ATP already looks goofy. I would have to figure out how I would convert that as is if I wanted to use total ATP. Because it's one of those ones where shifted does not multiply in a very straightforward manner. I would have to look at it per weapon, per everything else, of like, what would it even display on certain weapons? Is that still accurate on this weapon? These weapons have damage range internally. Here. It only affects base ATP? That is definitely not true. I would recommend you look at the damage calculations there. I wish it was only base ATP. It does some weird thing with like the weapon min and max. I don't have the formula in front of me though. Right, but did you compare it against the PSO calculator? We're gonna take a moment to open up the ship down a moment. If so, I want to take a look. 1 second, chat. Where's the damage calculation in the wiki? Is it under shift though? Let me open this up and read it on the side. One second, as I move over here. Oh, let's read through. Now calculate base ATP. Yes, yes, yes. Random PSO displays maximum ATP in the menu. Okay, that's where that is. Each class has a hidden base ATP value to which it adds a random number. Okay. That answers my question before of where that calculation is coming from. So it's the base without the random. I guess that makes sense. Base ATP is important to ATP increase through Shifta. Seen step 3. Shifta is power. Blah, 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 blah. Weapon variance is where random compared to that. I mean, according to this, it says ATP effectiveness is base ATP plus weapon variance times spread, all multiplied by 1 plus Shifta bonus. According to the damage calculation on the wiki, it definitely puts Shifta in there. And then it adds separately equip ATP and then class variance, according to the latest calculation. Is the wiki wrong? I mean, unless I'm looking at this very wildly, it has in square brackets, the square brackets I just talked about, times 1 plus Shifta bonus. Look at the actual formula, you're only adding the weapon ATP. I am looking at the formula, that's what I'm telling you. So in square brackets, you have base ATP plus weapon spread times weapons, or weapon variance times weapon spread. Then that ends the square brackets times parentheses 1 plus SA, which is shift the base power that increase. So I guess the takeaway, looking at the formula, is that that is there. That's just the base power Shifta. Maybe there's more where it does something else. Got this. Next, determine defensive target. That's fine. We're gonna skip that. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. So, like, spread needle is affected differently from Shifta than like ES needles are. Are you saying that is or is not true? I'm saying that there is a difference there. That's why I'm confused. Shifted there. Got those. So I think the weapon spread matters from what I recall, and I'm not seeing anything that looks contrary to that when I'm looking at that. The type of weapon it is matters. That's why I was saying, like, I'd have to really check the spreads. Oh, that's a nice lucky drop in the same room, though. Right, okay, then we're in agreement then that the spread covers that. Yeah, that's why I don't want to go into some of those categories because of the spread and stuff like that. I'm like, like, before that, if we could calculate there, I guess I could try to overcompensate to remove the class variance if we start going into total ATP. guess I could just always round up by 5 or 6. I don't recall saying the base ATP of a weapon was multiplied. I just said that what weapon you had mattered. That's why it's like Vulcans don't have as big of a range as something like a spread needle, stuff like that, and laser is a bit tighter. Blah blah. Nice. Finally, we're red rank. It's like I guess I could try to figure out a way if I can how much I can ignore variance in this. Yeah. If I could simplify that down to, like, ignore hunter variance of 1 to 6. What would that look? So it's kind of like a multi-step thing. Finding, like, the true minimum ATP is where I'm looking to go here. So it's like, when it displays it, your ATP is always slightly higher because it displays with max variance, which I think is okay. I can sort of ignore that if I was looking at, if you had to look at your menu and determine ATP, what would it be? So that would be accounted for. Does the UI display differently for shifted though? Does shifted in the UI only specifically talk about the buff of the ATP there, or does it also stick to strictly base ATP? That's also what I'm asking. I don't know if it's a clean buff. So like if I shifted 15, I'm assuming that shifta is also assuming max variance. I have to think about how much that puts your ATP off. It's not like a huge number difference, I would agree. Potentially it would be like 5 or 10. That's why I was trying to think like if there's a way to just kind of... I could just add a flat number and that'll be called like the safety margin, quote unquote. If I could just add 10 and skip that, it'd be easy. Because essentially what I want to do is skip through there. Yeah. Because the thing is like, for the UI purposes, I'm just trying to go back because like I understand the combo calculator portion, but my question now is like from the UI because I don't know how it translates to the UI. So like in the UI standpoint, like what would hypothetically like an ES weapon look like in terms of ATP? Is it just the highest of the variance? Is it the average of variance? Do you recall offhand? Because I think that will help if I want to give a general suggestion based off the total ATP. I'm not sure what the UI does. Sort of like, as I said before, Spread Needle I think has a range of 1 to 255, which is kind of the more extreme of ranges. Where Galatine has like a decent range. It's not something I normally sit there and stare at, nor do I think the combo calculator has it the way the UI would have it. About this. It's just one of those things where I have to just kind of literally go and hold a weapon check. Normally when we kind of look at our ATP, it's like I'm seeing what it's like after Shifta and stuff like that. It's like, do I remember how much it says Spray Needle technically adds with all the grinders? But I could do some experiments later. I don't feel like holding up that exact count. So if I could look up at least a couple of basic weapons, it might be okay. Like, what does a arms type weapon look like, for example, when held ATP wise? So it's like maybe like that on my side. Voice displays at max ATP. Okay. Okay, then that would help a little bit then. Interesting. Yeah, it's given stuff to think about. So it's like, okay. So I think what I would do, so like if I'm trying to think because I'd like to kind of do a formula with it. Otherwise, I'm gonna be like second guessing how I came to the numbers later. I'll put away that ad slot that was decent value. So I think I can maybe assume to cover weapon variants and weapon spread, maybe plus 10? I'll have to take a look at some of the weapons in Calc again. That one I'm not as familiar with. See, the unfortunate side is that the wiki is useful in some ways in terms of gathering up all those weapon spreads, but when I want to compare them to the game itself, kind of another layer. But I think, let's assume I can plus 10. That cuts out a step of calculation. I guess that could work. Just thinking about pros and cons of that approach. I think it's definitely a good idea to maybe do multiple categories. I'm just thinking about if I want to convert it to total ATP or not, or just assume a base weapon. Would be more useful. I mean, on the plus side, I already have the base ATP, so if I want to convert to total ATP, it doesn't really take very long. There's a plus side there. I just have to think about what that would look like. I would have to do math on my side to determine what the ATP would look like. So if I wanted to figure out what the UI ATP would be, I would do... I want to check 15, 20, and 30 shifter. And some other things. I guess it's possible. It just... To me, this feels like a lot of extra work to make the calculation, though. Downside. I'll see if I could shortcut it, I guess, to convert the base ATP to total ATP. Because the problem is, like, in the sheet itself, I'm looking to compare, like, shift to 0, shift to 15, shift to 20, shift to 30. I'm kind of ignoring shift to 3 for now, but I could always go back and calculate it. Yeah, I'm assuming 0 is the lore. I'm keeping it as straightforward as possible, because generally you don't want a Zalor unless it's a mini-boss. So the assumption is, can you combo kill everything other than a mini-boss? What would the ATP need be? That's kind of the problem statement I'm looking to solve with the quest guide. The only issue with total ATP I see is I would have to figure out what the UI would say. So if I can create an Excel calculator for that ATP, maybe it's okay. So I'll take a look. Do you have a sheet that covers what your UI display ATP is? If you do, I'll use it, because to me there's a lot of extra steps I have to do. Not that it wouldn't be good with your points presented, but I would have to be able to feed it something, because I would need to be able to compare against the different weapons and everything like that. Or like I can convert single target to this, So if your sheet covers the ATP, then that might address my only concern then. So I'm going to just write in the sheet as a caveat. I'm going to ignore weapons spread. I'm going to ignore profession variance. Maybe that's okay. I think with those 2 disclaimers, I think it could work. I'll take a look at your sheet to see if I can use it for the... Because, like, I already have the base ATP, so figuring out the weapon ATP from there isn't too bad. I just have to recalc it for single target. But anyway, is anybody joining for the 4th player slot? I just wanted to confirm. I know Chips offered to step out. Otherwise, Chips is more than welcome to continue with us. Pick an ES weapon and force, you'll have a 0 spread and 1 to 3 pro spread, which is nearly irrelevant. Yeah, I think I'll probably do that. That is good advice. I'm gonna write that down. See that? Look at that. Productive. Oh, I'm sorry. Chips is here. Crimson left. Sorry. That's what I get for half looking. Let me try your sheet with ES weapons to see if it could get me to where I need to go. Because that'll give me base ATP and total ATP. So I could always list both. Yeah, I could always list both. Yeah, Crimson might be gone for a little bit. We'll continue our runs then. Oh, Crimson is here, never mind. We'll restart then. Figure out I would ask since we were waiting there for quite a bit. So I'm going to use probably a force, I would agree. ATA is already solved. I'm not worried about ATA. ATA's, I have both the base and the weapon ATA already, so I'm good. That one I'm not worried about. Yeah, ATA is straightforward for me. Because I literally just, like, I have the numbers with a weapon, so I have both. Just the other one is more, like... Because I'm using a new set of weapons, I would have to declare early whether I want to do both calculations. Like, there's nothing crazy like Shifta or something impacting accuracy. Accuracy is accuracy. So once I know the total ATA, which I think I have listed already in the guide, I don't need to recalc that. So let me recalc with weapon ATP. Yeah, because the thing is, like, I needed to feed me the UI ATP if we're doing total ATP. So, like, if I have shifted 15, 20, 30, I need to know what the display value potentially is. Whereas if I just say you need 800 ATP to combo kill with this weapon, I don't have to worry about what UI tells you. I don't have to do the plus 10s or whatever either. Not to think. There's like a little... It's like a minor conversion, but I think I could probably... But if... Yeah, I think ES weapons can kind of cheat it there. I think that's a good weapon to do it. Because it gives me the least variance on the force. I agree. And then it itself is just static. That'll be the recommendation. Yeah, let me recalc with a different weapon and see if I can get it. I'll do probably ES shotgun. Because I think that'll be closest to what I want it to be anyway. Play from there. Yeah, because my question is more like... on the sheet, for example, if I do a Falmar, I can input the base ATP, right? And then I select the weapon. Does it have a thing for the total ATP already? Because if it does, then that is what I'm looking for. Otherwise, I have to do that. I'll have to do some Excel magic. That'll be fun. I think I got all my damage ranges for multi out of the way, so regardless of how I display it, it's good there. Did make me realize the way the formula worship, it won't show up your character's ATP, so it sets to put your ATP to your max ATP in the class. Yeah, I just need to figure out like what that number is. It's like, I'm like, kind of work a little backwards from there. Because I think once I have one, it's not as bad. So I'm gonna, you know, I'll fish for the zero shift scenario, which will give me a pretty straightforward answer. I can think about if I want to give a courtesy 5 or something, just to deal with minimal variance or something. / weapon spread. That I'll think about, what flat number to add to that. Yeah, I'll take a look. I can probably... I mean, if it's just Excel, I can make it calculate the totals. I just want to make sure that I'm not entering the same thing like 5 times. So if I'm playing around with an ATP that I like at zero shifta, I would want it to go backwards for me in calculation, what that ATP would be with shifted 15, 20, 30, etc. Probably update the sheet to do that. I would prefer not to manually have to enter that like 4 times. So I'll think about it. It's gonna take, I think, a little more updates, which is fine. So we'll go to the difficulty section. I can convert a total ATA is fine. I have the total in base ATA already for Vulcans. I just need to do the same exercise for single target. And then I just need to make sure the ATP is good there. I'll double check my own Vulcan calculations again against the Excel, see if I need to adjust it slightly on my side. Got it. Yeah, I think it's a good tool to be able to kind of go in there, because it's one of those things where it's like, I could give ballpark estimates to ATP that I wouldn't recommend doing a quest in. I think if we break it down by category, it would work. I don't know how much people would get a benefit from double hit over triple hit. Like, I guess I could technically do it for the Rambling May users. Just There's not a lot of, like, double hit weapons out there. So I think at some point I'm gonna have to have a logical cutoff. Like, do I really want to figure out the ATP of, like, hard-type weapons? Probably no. I think the most I would want to make sure is, like, if somebody is using a shotgun, I think it would be good to have something they can look at. I don't know if I want to cover, like, as I said before, kind of like the fringe multi-hits. Or like people doing accuracy glitch cancels. I think I care about those. So if I stick to just one hit, hit, maybe that's fine. Or Sinnoh Red. God. Oh. Wait, we're actually doing stuff in this right? So was it just random when we did it before that we didn't have to get another wave there? Kind of unfortunate. We should have had a wave every time. Right, chat? Because that was kind of what I was complaining about, that there was only that one singular wave we went through. That was 2 waves that time. Aw, they're doing the same run we were. Yeah. Except before, Yellow ID here is kind of nice. We can have him Punisher. I think we've had one person on stream get have him Punisher from Princeton before. Oh yeah, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's where I'm, like, concerned about weapon type. But I think you bring up fair points in terms of single hit versus triple hit. I think as long as I don't try to cover all weapon types, I think I'll be fine. I'll simplify it for sanity's sake. Single target, triple hit for Vulcan. Total ATP, I'll have to see. If I have to make any adjustments. Because as I said before, I have the base ATPs. I technically have a total ATP, but I don't know if that's what the UI displays. So I need to double check the same weapon that I used before in your calculator. If it matches, then good. I don't have to touch my numbers at all. We'll find out, though. Yeah. Alright. I think that was a very productive conversation. Didn't be challenged there. I think what I'll do is, because it's in Excel, I will probably tweak part of it in a personal copy, just so that I don't have to keep re-inputting all the ship does. And then there. We're going to time out together in the corner. And then I'll just have to see if anything needs to be adjusted from there. But at least I have a baseline. The accuracy's done, that's not really going to change. I already talked about the difference between normal heavy, special normal, heavy heavy. That recommendation won't change. But I think for total ATP, we'll play with it. Unfortunate. I am nearly out of TP. I was hoping we would get a tri-fluid as we ran. The answer is kind of no. We went through that entire area with no fluids. That was kind of booty. I have to go back. How unfortunate. Unless chat has a spare one or two for me. Oh no, I'll take that for now. Oh, thank you for the tries. Saves me some time. Yeah, that was brutal. Just like an entire area is literally nothing try. Oh, actually, you know what it is? I think tries did appear. 1 second. I think my item reader is wrong. 1 second, chat. Huh? Why is this not opening? That was weird. I had to mass click that. I don't know what was going on there. I think item reader. Did I disable something? I might have disabled something last time on it too. My bad, chat. Yes, I think I checked that back. So. Alright. I missed exactly one shred fluid on this one. That's fine. I didn't see any, and it was in the next room, so I still feel vindicated. This is the only other time we really saw one. 1 second, chat. Let me do this. Apparently OBS does not like me moving the monitor slightly. Why can't I pick this? Oh, there's more than one? Okay, that's fine. We'll take that then. We're good. Okay. The item reader was missing tri-fluid, but I did also not see any. So I feel double justified. One, I realized I feel like I should have seen it when the chat dropped it earlier. The second one was, no, there still weren't any that dropped. Thanks, PSO. So silly. Deal the team. We're enemies. I think I'm up for maybe 1 or 2 more quests, and then I'll probably be tinkering around with the spreadsheet after this, seeing if I can find a nice combo that works for what I'm looking for. Hello, wall of enemies. Hello, Barats. Ooh, that hurt. Sick. So yeah, so I'll just grab a second set of data. Single, leave Vulcans the way they are. Maybe update the ATP to make sure UI displays something a little differently. Maybe back check it slightly. This is before. The most I think I'm going to be adding is like 5 or 10. We let chat check the side room there, which is good. We didn't go to the bonus area. And we're all together in the main room. Buff's going. Power material. It's always funny when we're playing and, you know, the freeze traps are now working after playing so many cooking English quests. Like, wait a minute, they do stuff now. Out of curiosity, Darius, does your... So I haven't looked super deep into it. Does your Excel allow you to track against multiple enemies? Because normally what I would do is literally input all enemies so I can see the combo kill of an area. If it does that, that's good. Because I'll literally comparing everything in forest, everything in caves, etc. And if I want to write another breakdown for ATP versus mini bosses. Probably also take a look at that as well. It always shows all enemies. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, PSO calculator was opt-in, which would sometimes get annoying. If it's there by default, that's probably good for me. Are they grouped by type or are they just grouped by area? If they're grouped by area, then we're good. And that's easy mode for me. The PSO calculator was acting a bit finicky with me, so sometimes if I hit like forest or caves, for example, it would only put the enemies with the parentheses caves in there. I don't know why that happens. It's not all the time. I'm like, did I type something by accident? So I'd have to like manually add in like holy slime or something. Okay, perfect. It's by episode. Okay, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Sounds like that will expedite that process a little bit. My enemies. So yes, I think what I'll do is I'll just reprocess the original totals. I'm gonna compare. I'm gonna compare the total against what I have, since I'm already very comfortable with the breakpoint there. So if I think that it's a little off in the UI, I'll just adjust it and I'll just write a disclaimer. And then I think what I'll do, Nefarious, is because I'm now using your thing. This last one for you for the night. I'm kind of feeling the same way, Retract. Maybe this will be my last one as well. I'm thinking what I'll do, if you're okay with it, Nefarious, I would like to give you the credit. I was going to include the PSO combo calculator in the additional resources to the guide. I'm assuming you're okay if I put your Google Doc in as a reference for where those numbers came from. Because I'll just switch over to yours, I would say. As it compares the gains, for example, a Heaven Striker 30 hit versus 35 hit, it shows you changes in subsequent levels of accuracy, and the CK calculator is not a lot. Yeah, I would have to see how that checks out. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess I could always technically give credit to both when we go to do the credit document, since technically it's still a work in progress document. Because I do like to reference the source. So like when we were going through like the ultimate tips and tricks and stuff like that, we were quoting something that was not from us, we gave the direct link to where it came from. So I think when the ATP section is done, I would like to be able to reference your document, but I can also put the PSO calculator there. Yeah. Well, it sounds like you have a very useful tool. We'll give shout out to Nefarious for solving one of the things I'm looking to resolve for the guide. Silent Squall, there we go. So yeah, I'll just reapply the same strategy with ES weapon. I'll probably choose Fomar. See where some of the thresholds are. And since I already have an idea of the ATA, I'm not worried about that. I can literally use the ones I had from the other calculation. I put them on a spreadsheet for me to reference in case I ever need to recount them for some reason. So I'm not so worried about the combo hitting there. So when you were saying about the combo threshold earlier, just to clarify, are you saying like if I, for example, put my accuracy at something where it isn't 80%, does it just not count for the damage for that? Or what happens there? Ooh, we got a back attack again. The other team got attacked while leaving the outer room. I appreciate that. Let's work for them to kill as they catch up. Or is it more like when you mean the combo kill that if I say my threshold is 80%, it'll recommend like a normal heavy versus normal heavy special? Is it more like how the UI works in PSO with the bomb? Think about it. I mean, fortunately, I already know the accuracy totals, but I think when I'm comparing damage, I have to be careful with them. Damage calculator will use your optimal combo. Okay. So I just have to be a little careful with that. So fortunately, I'm going into this knowing the ATA that I need to hit. So it's not like a super wild hit in the dark. The only thing I'm not sure about is ATP. So I'll just rerun the numbers I had for my own 80% and my own 100%, and then that should be fine. I think I can also adjust the combo calculator to be something stupid to ignore that as well. But we'll see. Yeah, it might throw it off a little bit. We'll see. Also rip that HP material that was in the ambush room. Nice, the guard wave. Contemplating how much I have to work backwards with the combo calculator. I think I should still be good. As good as picking up that Halloween cookie, though. There you go, chat. The recharge is already happening. We've barely done like 4 non-cookie runs and we got a cookie. Let's roll your eyes, chat. Yeah, so I think on the PSO calculator, I would force it to always be normal heavy special. I guess each has their pros and cons. I think yours might be faster for when I'm looking for a general comparison. So, just thinking about what would save me time later. Because not needing to menu enemies repeatedly is a time save. I'm thinking about the optimal way to calculate as we're playing games. So I'd appreciate not having to do that repeatedly. Because the other issue I found is that when I was selecting all on the other side, I would literally get them by like categories. So I'd have like episode 2 mixed with episode 1, and it was driving me wild. I said, listen. See how it goes. What's the baseline? I don't know, it's in the guide. I don't have the number memorized. I know they're not very high, I will put it that way. The total ATA was like 191 and 212 or something for Forest. Yeah, I don't remember. I started writing out the numbers. I think I started writing in what enemies I was excluding, so it's not like literally every enemy. That's why I was like contemplating if I wanted to put like mini boss ATA. So I was going back and forth on some of the numbers, and I said, you know what, I'm just gonna park this in a chart, and then I will think about it, what I need for the kill. Because honestly, like the ATA of the gun that it was being used to compare against is honestly not very much, so I have most of the total ATAs there, or ATPs there. As not the end of the world. So I'll do one more check through. But at least I have like a baseline, so I could get it within like 10 ATP of where it needs to be. What I wrote down. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny because, like, for example, in caves, I thought, like, technically combo killing pan arms is insane, but the split parts aren't too bad. The one that actually falls kind of outside of the combo kill range, where I was contemplating if it would adjust the ATP totals, was ironically Nano Dragon. Like, Nano Dragon has like just enough hit points that you can't combo kill it compared to the other things. Like, Crimson Assassin is like, I think, the next tankiest in terms of defense HP combo. Split pan arms is weak. So combo killing this split is not hard. There's just kind of one of those things where I was like, yeah, like, I'm not expecting you to be able to kill, like, the rare enemies either. That's why I, like, killed it. Yeah. That's why all those are just kind of excluded. Like, does the ATP recommended put it within near kill range? Absolutely. It does like 95% or something. It's honestly not that far off. Which is why I was laughing when I was saying, like, to play like Caves 2, or play difficulty 2 versus difficulty 1. Because the ATP comparisons, putting it closer to 1060 base ATP is enough to kill Hildentour. Or non-rare version of Hildentour, excuse me. Which is fine. Which is like, that's what I technically recommended according to the guide. So I'm like, yes, that is accurate. Technically. Should I spell it out a bit more? Probably. Hello. Said hello Baran's in my face. Do you mind? I'm trying to enter this hallway while having a conversation. How dare you rudely spawn on me? How dare you, chat? I was so stuck. Hello, Barans. I just have to believe in my heart that I'm hitting you. Yeah, there we go. We got the stun lock. Stun lock into freeze is true combo. Will you let me into this room, jerk? I guess the downside of the random spawn, if they keep spawning the... I was gonna say, note to retract. Please do not spawn enemies in front of the door. Players would like to enter the room if they're spread apart like this. Pro tip. Please don't do that. For those viewing at home, I genuinely could not enter that room. I was stuck. Just like, I couldn't get past them. 2 times in a row. It was kind of rude. Ooh, we're barred at 20. Or did that just drop? Gimme. Back to debuffs. Alright, so they're gonna go in the timeout room. I'm gonna stay here. Ooh. Why doesn't it spawn with this many people normally? Oh, that's so disappointing. The enemy variance is disappointing, chat. This is the minimum that we should have while reef sharking. Hey, give us more Barans in here, please. Yeah, these 2 enemies in the next room, that is what we'd like to call anemic. Needs to do a little better. I like that initial spawn room. It was like 4 enemies, I think. There's our dub chicks. So we're slowly learning which ones are the set spawns. This is fine. I think it's kind of a neat mix of random and set enemies. I think that's well designed. Like the dub chicks on either side of the canopy. Good touch. So yeah, I'm still kind of... Ooh, another Halloween cookie. Damn, Retraco and cookie positive? Is it happening? Retract's gonna have infinite cookie syndrome. Spend a cookie, get a cookie. The cookie runs never end this weekend, apparently. So yeah. So I'll run it through some checks later. I don't know if I want to do them while very tired, so they might wait till tomorrow. But I'll at least take a look at the Excel again. See what I need to update narratively. I'm not gonna lie, I misread that and I thought it said enable tower. You have no idea. I was like, please don't. Please disable tower. I don't want to see tower. That put the fear in me, chat. I was like, I did a double take. I was like, please no. Can you just let me in this room? Okay, this is very rude. I can't see anything and I'm stuck in the doorway. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, oh man. I mean, that time I think I just couldn't get in because I was confused, but you can see the downside of ambushing people in small hallways, at least. Yeah, I want a whole bunch of people in here. I was gonna say, Retract's gonna add that to his quest, so they'll just call it Enable Tower. In honor of the misread. I was gonna say, don't you love doing pink ID tower? There's all of one item I picked on. No experience Easter egg, oh no. I was gonna say it'll be a warp going from the shop to, or not the shop, from the main warp over to the shop. There's just an NPC that says this is not part of my PSO experience. Talk to them. It's all over. I guess somebody could do the side room and then the rest of the group comes over here. I guess that works. Oh, I'm so saved by chat. So saved by chat there. I was getting wailed on by so many Thistophiria there. And I can put down a warp if they want to come back to me faster. Look at that. Look at us slowly adapting. I probably should have done that many times ago, but I wasn't thinking about it until just now. We've managed to go through the backlog of things I was thinking about on the sheet. So now that I'm no longer thinking about the sheet, I'm now thinking about how to optimize this quest. Yeah, I think if we do like a 1-3 split here, maybe that works. Because one person can literally just clear and then they can take my warp. Or like anybody else's warp in here. I think that would work, right? Find me dodging attacks. So that would at least bring back some of the XP for a second that we're kind of seeing a loss in mines. I think an issue is just the cannabins in general are also just not really worth XP. So it might dilute the feeling of value comparatively, since it's such a low XP enemy compared to everything else. Like, maybe it's actually technically fine. We'll take a look at the end of this quest. See just how many Sinnohs or Varans we ended up getting. I do feel like we saw a very different spawn this time compared to previous two. But whether that actually translated into more overall Sinnohs or not, we'll see. Stun. Goodbye. Spam of the buffs. Get out of my face. No clones for you. Seeing all those Sinnoh blues, it does make me a little sad. I was like, oh man, Viridian would have been having a field day here. Grab that. Let's take a look at the monster reader. Kill counter, session, enable. So this time around we did get less red Sinnohs. That's what I was thinking. So is it really... I feel a little disappointed. So is it just the first 2 times that we played the quest, the Sinnoh count was good, and this time it was just kind of lackluster? Because I was feeling we did get a lot of Sinnoh blues. And if we had 37 Sinnoh reds, that would be perfect. But only 21 makes it kind of... what I was kind of thinking about. I also thought we killed a little more Barans. That I'm a little surprised by. For some reason, I was thinking we killed 17 or 18. Leave 20 is the lowest thing to go. It can spawn in a higher number. Yeah. So we hit, like, dead minimum. See, this is the number, I think, when we first played the game. I think chat remembers. I'm pretty sure I got 21 the first time we played this. And I checked the counts. Although whether that was on stream or off stream, I don't recall. I know we played it on stream. I don't know if I checked the counts on stream. So I guess it didn't totally fix what I was looking for them to fix here. I mean, it feels better in that there are generally, I feel, more enemies total. But not by, like, a huge amount of mines. So maybe we were just getting lucky before. And that's kind of where I want to check it every now and then. Just to fact check how many there were. Because I was excited when I saw, you know, we were at 30. Because I was thinking, oh, maybe the new minimum is like 28 or 29. And I'm like, you know, there's 39 that you get, I think, in Silent After Image 2. Both in terms of important enemies like Crimson Assassin and Lily. With the downside being that there are limitations as to what you can find in Silent After Image where you could find it in this quest. So that's where I was starting to go with that in the Discord. But if the Sinnoh count doesn't even hit 30 after that kind of length, I don't know. That's making me rethink if I need to move it back into the not recommended. Because honestly, like, the minimum number of Sinnoh red is a huge recommendation factor. Because Silent After Image is not a 15-minute quest, comparatively. And you have a consistent high number of Sinnohs. I'm now rethinking things, Chad. After I just moved it and everything. Oh, apologies. I'm sorry. It has 39 lilies and 39 Sinnoh golds, but the quest does not have the Crimson Assassin. My apologies. I was thinking of the quest. 39 was the correct number, but not for Assassin. So I'm just kind of weighing the options. There are pan arms in the quest. However, the full enemy count is a little more annoying to get in caves compared to other quests. So when it says that there's like a full 39 lilies, for example, that requires you to go down some of the side paths. So the total count that you would get in the route that we used last time we played this, I think is closer to 20. The Sinnoh Gold, I think we kill all of them. I don't think it's possible to miss those. Yeah, that's a little bit of a shame, because comparatively, Chad, a quest that it's a little awkward to get through caves, but if you get to it, you get to like one of the better mines quests, I feel, in the game. In terms of like density of enemies. So it's kind of like you have an interlude where you lose value per second equivalency, and then it overcompensates a little bit. But in a good way. I don't think it's unbalanced or anything. Because like comparatively, you know, in a 20-minute quest of doing something like Scarlet Realm 3, you know, you might get 60 enemies killed in that time. Maybe if your group is good, you're sub 20. In the same span of like 3/4 of the time, or yeah, in 3/4 of the time, you end up with like 39 or 40, so you get roughly 3/4 of the enemy count. So for me, I liked it a bit more because it felt like you got so many more enemies per second once you finally got there that I thought it was satisfying. And shockingly, even in quests like Scarlet Realm 3, which are considered some of the best quests for RBR at least, to go through and do your Lame to Argent hunt, That one only has a total of 29 Garands, where Silent After Image 2, which doesn't pop up in the recommended for hunts, which I find funny, is 34 Garands. So there's actually just more Garands in less time doing Silent After Image 2. I don't know if their check for that is considered anywhere. No, it's not. Like, instead, chat, it's now recommending stuff like Mine Offensive, and I'm like, what? Like, please, no. Please don't make me, please don't make us do that. This sounds miserable. So just something to think about. So honestly, Retract, if you have not played that in a while, I think Silent After Image 2 is an interesting kind of hybrid quest. I want to see more kind of in that style of quest, where sometimes there's like low enemy spawns, but the rate in which they spawn in is very quick. So it might go like 1 enemy, 2 enemy, 3 enemy, 4 enemy, 5 enemy, but it's literally like that. Like you go boom, boom, dead, spawn, 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 spawn. So, you know, there could be people that could stack on the door and stuff like that with Dark Flow, or they can set up with Shotgun or Barans, etc. And I think that quest, I don't think it ever really does more than 2 rooms, I think, with more than 5 enemies. It's definitely meant to be kind of speed cleared. So it's a very interesting approach to quests that's a little different than I would say most of the other quests that we play. So it took me a little while to like the quest, just because it was so different from what we normally do. But I think from the standpoint, once you kind of navigate through caves, I think that mines overall is probably my favorite mines portion in any quest. I would have put Exert a bit higher, possibly in terms of like areas where I enjoy mines, but I think it's ruined in Exert specifically because of the bad path. Maybe we could petition them to buff the Exert mine path, so that way there isn't just one side with like 40 Sinnoh reds and then one with like 16 or some BS. And then you have to sit through, like, unkillable dub chicks. Oh my gosh, could you imagine if they could be killed in 2 hits instead of, like, the millions of lives they're at currently? So much more tolerable, chat. But anyway, we're gonna pause for now. We actually managed to get all the way to the end of the Yakuza 2 soundtrack. The next time that we, I guess, talk together. We technically played through Yakuza 2, and for some reason it went back to Yakuza 1, so blame the soundtrack for that. But I think overall, I'm going to be doing a lot of calculations on the side between streams, since I am interested in recommendations for newer players. I have a pretty solid idea of ATA where I want it to be, but I just want to make sure any ATP requirement, if I'm moving away from base ATP, is accurately reflected. So I just need to make sure, if I say that you need 860, or let's say the total is 900 ATP with shift to 15, for example, I just want to make sure that that is the same number post shifta. So I think to some extent I could kind of compare some numbers with weaker characters on the other account, just to make sure there's no other weird factor I have to consider with the UI. And if I notice any discrepancy, I could just kind of file it away with the Excel. So I think I'll do a combination of Antares' recommendation with the spreadsheet, and I'm going to take some of the PSO calcs and just kind of figure out the best way to format this information. I do think overall, though, chat, when it comes to gear requirements, tying back all of our conversations, I really feel the ATP required to clear something like very hard is negligible. If you can clear Forest, not even fast, not even combo kill, if you can clear Forest, you can do very hard mode for the most part. The only thing that's stopping you from just full clearing very hard mode episode 4 specifically is making sure you have a gun, you have a melee weapon. So I do want to stress from the standpoint for people that are looking to level other characters or help level other players, I wrote a rather concise, I guess, list of reasons why I don't think TTF is recommended in episode 1. See that, chat? We tied it all together. Because I think at the end of the day, it's hard to say like you're gonna come into Ultimate with a certain PD value before you go to play. Because honestly, a lot of the people that get boosted from very hard mode to ultimate just aren't even going to get PDs. Like, it's really sad, but it's true. Like, they might play privately and maybe get a PD, and if they're lucky in 40 to 80, with how much it's focused on boss kills, they might get 1 or 2 from there, maybe. But if we as a group continue to offer rooms of very hard mode going into Value City, I think we've seen not once, not twice, but 3 different times, we've had completely fresh players literally gain enough PDs to full buy power materials and still have PDs to then purchase a weapon. And that's all you really need. Like, at the end of the day, being able to just drop down 5 PDs or 6 PDs for a power material stack is insane. Larry says, let me know if you got questions. If you want to see shifted calculation, your ATP, look at the hidden sheet with your damage calculation set to max. Yeah, I might ask you some questions separately. I'll message you directly, I think, on Discord. I feel kind of tired, so I feel from that standpoint, I'll just kind of absorb look and feel and kind of playing around with it. I'll probably have more serious questions for you on Saturday. But at the end of the day, I want to make sure that when we have a guide, when we put information out there, we put down an assumption, we fact check the assumption, we make sure from the standpoint of conveying the information to new and veteran players that it makes sense. From there, there's always going to be personal preferences specifically for the quest guide. There are things that are technically good to run, like War of Limits 1 or Blue ID Limiter, that I personally will not run. So I think there will be disclaimers on most of these pages that these are handpicked quests that I would run with you on stream versus I'm not running that at all. No way. So I think when we talk about the quest guide and stuff like that, it's not going to be focusing on a lot of the shop quests in particular. It's not going to be focusing on like government quests. I personally think government quests are generally, with I think maybe 2 exceptions total in the game, a complete waste of time. Requiring people to also play to a certain point where there are sometimes semi-usable government runs, which offhand, if chat is wondering what I'm talking about, I think it's like 8-3 or 9-3. I forget the numbering system for episode 4 for Dorfons. So it's one of those things where it's like, we can also play test this perfectly using sandbox accounts. I have to make a sandbox account. I don't think I have one set up. I might have reserved the name, but I don't think I've ever logged into it. So maybe I'll play with it. But I think from the standpoint of, you know, quest recommendations in regards to the overall list, I think we've basically played everything, and I've covered more or less what I would consider hunting, even if some of them are, I would say, a little less optimal than others. And hopefully that'll end up, at the end of the day, giving players, new and old, a reason to try some of these quests. And I really feel like, having now gone through every quest in the game this year, to my knowledge, I don't think I've missed one. I went back when I realized I missed some earlier in the year. That the way they are looking to go, they are going to continue to phase out these older style quests in favor of new ones. Which is not necessarily bad. That would be considered almost like a seasonal rotation kind of thing. The issue that I'm having with it is that I'm all for removing quests like Mine Offensive. I'm all for removing quests like Simulator 2.0. I'm okay with removing drops from CCC, but I want to see something replace it. So if unhealthy, what is the alternative? It isn't like, oh, you know, my arm is a cut, so in order to deal with it, I'm gonna cut my whole arm off. Like where you could put band-aids on the situation, but there's less drastic measures than going for a complete removal, is what I'm getting at with my somewhat clumsy metaphor. But from the standpoint of going through these different quests. I'm just hoping we can inspire Retract to keep it nice and concise. Don't worry about it making it do a million different things. Focus on a few IDs, focus on a few enemy types. I think you already have a good base from what you're talking about in regards to thinking about, you know, what IDs transfer from one location to another. So I think that'll help inspire you in terms of where to place, you know, emphasis on the enemy counts. It's okay to have enemies of the other types, but they could be kind of lower. But I think at the end of the day, as long as we don't see more nonsense maze rooms in Temple, that we move away from these big walkathon quests to things that are a bit more respectful of players' times with warps. I really want to bring back the generosity of the healing ring. It's in a lot of the later quests. Like it is a big focal point on things like Phantasmal World in particular, where I can think of it as like, oh wow, there's multiple healing rings in one quest. Or even a lot of the episode 4 quests have the healing ring. So if we want to bring that kind of philosophy into episode 1 style quests, or take the advice of some of the better quests in episode 1 into episode 2, which is warps, 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 I think it'll bring an overall better feel to where we are at the end of the day, with all these custom quests coming out and what we'll end up running. So I think no matter where we are, you know, today, tomorrow, 5 years from now, whatever, I'm just hoping that when we are talking about quest design and going through these different things, that we are hopefully liberated of some of these really nonsensical, awful choices in some of the early custom quests. I'm allowed to call it out for what it is. They come off as very ROM hacky. I don't think they're up to the quality of some of the other quests. I'm okay with retiring some of these quests to the sandbox. I'm a little sad MAE Temple, for example, is in the sandbox, but I would recommend specifically to Retract to kind of walk through the sandbox at MAE again and kind of look at how they play around with some of the floor design there in Temple. Where I want to see these kinds of quests go, and what makes me happy when we have quests like this to try, you know, revitalizing stuff in AO, for example, for us to retry, or whatever the deal is. I really like the concept of being able to just always have something happen, never leave a player down a dead end that doesn't go anywhere, or at least have a work back. Just make sure from the standpoint that the enemy flow kind of pulls you to different sides of the room depending on how you want them to enter and exit. So like in theory, you know, you could take some of the spawn kind of patterns from Temple where they kind of go front, middle, sides, back, middle, front to come out the front again. Think about it from that context of how many spawns do you feel should be in a certain room. Like hallways, more than one spawn can be kind of rude. But small rooms, you know, 2 to 3. Large rooms, 4+. So you're saying not to send the MU3 as normal as the cast? I think from that standpoint too, and you know, why we enjoy these kinds of things is that there are quests that break the mold that go way above the normal enemy count. I'm not saying you should, or even honestly could with some of the submissions, submit a custom quest on the same level as a massive attack or an NMU3. But I think there's things that we could take away where we don't necessarily need to have the same number of enemies per room, but you could have a somewhat similar count or a similar number of enemies killed per minute by just not making the player walk everywhere. So I'm just saying, like, you could get away with a lot more than you think you would be able to just by having very concise hallways, very quick warps to just ignore things that you don't want to go through. So if you can't find like a tile piece that plugs cleanly into something, I would just recommend warps at the end of the day and try to guide the players there with spawns. But thank you for sticking around, Chips. My only final note for NMU3, I technically listed in the quest guide for leveling, but honestly, its value is kind of low. Like in terms of like providing, like in terms of raw XP, great. In terms of setting up new players in order to succeed, terrible. I think it's honestly almost worse than TTF in that regards. Larry says, we'll say I think it's a good idea for a decent mob count quest to get them accustomed to it. Too many times I see somebody use 2-3 mobs in a room and first MA and they freak out. Yeah. Jack says they're currently planning 50% increase enemies the minute to generally mad drops and charts. Yeah. So it's one of those things where, like, it technically doesn't even have to have, like, a high enemy count. But if, like, the number of enemies in the waves are somewhat high and the quest is also not very long, that's also fine. So I don't know if I would get... I would just make sure to not get hung up on, like, a number at the end of the day. And more view it as how much of it is me actually doing something in this quest versus downtime. So sometimes the quest numbers lie. Yeah. So hopefully from that perspective, you know, if there's other quests that you can think of, chat, in regards to very hard mode or ultimate that you would recommend, I will take a look again. I think the big one that we added recently by challenging our assumptions on what would be fun would be, for example, MA2B on very hard mode, because as we determined by looking at all the enemy stats and comparing single player versus multiplayer, is that the EDK of all these enemies... Thank you, PSO Music. The EDK of the enemies in single player episode 2 are hilariously terrible. So it might be worth exploring a little more in episode 2, I would say, before I put out a video in very hard mode, just because of the fact that stuff that normally has like 55 or 60 EDK in multiplayer in very hard mode, same difficulty and everything, is like 20 to 35 EDK less. Like, some of the more annoying apes are 30 EDK total, which is hilarious. They're just like the freest of kills. Do you know what I mean, chat? So suddenly you have like a whole different lens to view it, because you're like, wait a minute, wow, those stats are really ridiculously different between multiplayer friendly and single player friendly. So I think what would be an interesting experiment in the future is when we get another ranger. Well, actually, no, I could do it with the current ranger that I have. So we're gonna do low levels 40 to, like, let's say 60. Hypothetically, if you go through with the demon weapon and just things like ES shot with Hell, with the V502, I think you could kill nearly every enemy in 2B, minus the Maricarols, and I think a Guidewe's in there, without ever attacking with ATP. Which to me is very funny, just like to state. So I kind of want to try that. We might do it after I get more demon options. And obviously having a Hell Cutter could be fun to kind of compare as a hunter going to those things too. So I'm looking for potentially more big payoffs for very hard mode. But I will say overall, despite playing, you know, anomalous ordeals or cookie quests, I think we could pretty much agree at the end of the day, one of the top 5 quests of all time is still Massive Attack Forcing. Just, there's not been like a single week that we have played where we have not gotten a heavy reward. I just want that truth to sink in. I really still think this is one of the... If this is not the #1 quest, it is top 5. It is only maybe unseated by Terrell's Ego Purple. Maybe an episode 4 Ultimate Quest, maybe. But even then, it's not consistent. I don't know. I can't really think of anything with that much consistent value. Because by the time you get something that's worth, like, you know, as weird as it is to say, even getting something like a red ring is not good enough to compete with Massive Attack. It has to be like a 200 plus PD item to compete. Like, by the time you do 186 average runs or reduce it with rare speak or whatever, in the time that you could do that in TTF, you will so outvalue getting like a low and mid red rank, which is playing Blue ID, very hard mode. So I just wanted to put that in perspective. That'll be chat's thought to go to sleep with. To just think about how much stupid value you could get per minute by just playing very hard mode. So I think at the end of the day, if we could find hunts where, you know, getting those high hit percentages, or at least a very basic item isn't too bad, we'll recommend those in the quest guide. But I think if we just have an honest quest order of best quests to run, it probably would have had CCC on hard mode prior to its removal. So I have to think about the list a little more, but man, chat. MA4A, MA4C, kind of top in the charts. They're technically different quests, but so much value, chat. So much value. But anyway, chat, enough ranting and tangents for now. So I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye to both YouTube and the stream here. So thank you for watching. I hope you have a good day or a good night, depending on the time zone.